one thing. At Prabhu, you have to change actually 6 to 7 times the screen because there are 7 kandas. So whenever I will complete one kanda, I will sing Ram Ram Jai Raja Ram, Ram Ram Jai Sita Ram. So at that time you have to change another kanda, Prabhu.
Yes, Prabhu.
So Swami Prabhu keep all the 7 kandas loaded first. And as Smita Krishna Prabhu said, he will sing Ram Ram Jai Raja Ram 2 3 times. That time you just accordingly change, okay? Please keep all of them loaded. And once you're done after loading all of them, and you're ready for it, just give a confirmation and then Smita Krishna Prabhu will start. So Smita Krishna Prabhu, that is the thing, huh? So he'll give you an information that he's ready and then you can start. Thank you, Prabhu. Hare Krishna.
Yes, Prabhu. Prabhu, is my kartal audible? You can please confirm.
Yeah, audible, audible. Very clearly audible.
Okay, Prabhu.
If possible, just one small suggestion from my side would be if you can sing a little bit louder, it'll be nice because different devotees are using different. Some people are using phone, some people are using computer, so the speaker might not be the same quality and all. But if you sing a little bit loudly, it'll be easier to hear if anybody using an old device. So thank you, Prabhu. Hare Krishna.
Okay, Prabhu. Hare Krishna. Yes, Prabhu.
What is this?
Swami Prabhu, you ready?
Yes, Prabhu, but Sami Prabhu, that first one. Yes, Prabhu, this one.
Yes, Prabhu. Okay.
Okay, when you're ready, you can start. Huh? Hare Krishna.
शुद्ध ब्रह्मा परात्पर राम कालात्मक परमेश्वर राम शेषतल्प सुख निद्रित राम ब्रह्माद्यमर प्रथित राम चंद्र किरण कुल मंडन राम श्रीमद दशरथ नंदन राम कौशल्या सुखवर्धन राम विश्वामित्र प्रिय धन राम घोर ताटक घाटक राम मारीचादि निपातक राम कौशिक मख संरक्षक राम श्रीमदल्यो द्वारक राम गौतम मुनि संपूजित राम सुर मुनि वरगण संस्तुत राम नाविक धाम दुधुपद राम मिथिला जन मोहक राम विदेह मानस रंजक राम नम्भक कम्बुक भंजक राम सीतार्पित वर मालिक राम कृतवाल्मिक कौतुक राम भार्गव दर्प विनाशक राम श्रीमदयोध्या पालक राम 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 जय राजा राम 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 जय सीता राम 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 जय राजा राम 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 जय सीता राम अगणित गुण गण भूषित राम अवंतिकात्मामित राम राका चंद्र समाचन राम पितृवाक्याश्रित कानन राम प्रिय गुह विनिवेदित पद राम तिक्ष्वालित निज मधुपद राम 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 जय राजा राम 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 जय सीता राम जय राजा राम राम दंडक दुष्ट विराट विनाशन राम सरभंग सुचितार्चित राम अगस्त्यापसम सेवित राम बटी तट सुस्थित राम शूर्पणखा विधायक राम खरदूषण मुख सूदक राम सीता प्रिय हरिनारुग राम मरिचात्रिकनुग सुग राम बिनसत सीतन वेशक राम भक्तिदायक राम सबरी दत्त फलासन राम सीताराम राम राम जय राजा राम 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 जय सीताराम राम राम जय राजा राम 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 जय सीताराम मत सेवित निज पद राम नट सुग्रीव स्थित राम गर्वित बालि संहारक राम वानर दूत प्रेषक राम हितकर लक्ष्मण संयुत राम 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 जय राजा राम 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 जय सीताराम राम राम जय राजा राम 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 जय सीताराम कपिवर संतत संचित राम तद्गति विघ्न ध्वंसक राम सीता प्राण धारक राम दुष्ट दशानन दूषित राम शिष्ट हनुमद भूषित राम सीता वेदित ककवन राम कृत चूड़ामणि दर्शन राम कपिवर वचन स्वस्थित राम 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 जय राजा राम 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 जय सीताराम राम राम जय राजा राम 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 जय सीताराम रावण निधन प्रस्थित राम वानर सैन्य समावृत राम शोषित सारिदि सस्थित राम विभीषण भयदायक राम पर्वत सेतु निबद्धक राम कुंभकर्ण शिर छेदक राम राक्षस संग विमर्दक राम अहिमहि रावण चारण राम मोदित राम अभिषिक्त विभीषण नुत राम त्रस्पक्य नारोहण नाम भद्राति सेवन राम भरत प्राण प्रियंकर राम साकेत पुरी भूषण राम सकल स्वीय समानत राम रत्न सतपीठ स्थित राम पटभिषेक कृत राम अभित कुल सम्मानित राम विभीषणार्पित रंगक राम किस्सकुलानुग्रह कर राम सकल जीव संरक्षक राम समस्त लोकोद्धारत्मक राम 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 जय राजा राम 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 जय सीता राम 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 जय राजा राम 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 जय सीता राम आगत मुनिगण संस्तुत राम विश्रुत दस कंठोद्भव राम सीता लिंगन निर्वृत राम नित्य सुरक्षित जनपद राम विपिन त्याजित जनक राम कारित लवण सुरवध राम स्वर्गत संबुक संस्तुत राम स्वदनय कुशल भन निधि राम आसंवेद कृत दीक्षित राम काल वेदित सुरपद राम अयोध्यंक जन मुक्तिद राम विधि मुख विबुधन आत्मक राम तेजो माय निज रूपक राम संसृति बंध विमोचक राम धर्म स्थापन तत्पर राम भक्ति प्रणायन मुक्तिद राम सर्वचराचर पालक राम सर्वभमामय वारक राम वैकुंठलय संस्थित राम नित्यानंद पद स्थित राम 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 जय राजा राम 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 जय सीता राम 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 जय राजा राम 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 जय सीता राम रघुपति राघव राजा राम पतित पावन सीता राम सुंदर विग्रह मेघश्याम गंगा तुलसी शालग्राम भद्रगिरीश्वर सीताराम भागत जन प्रिय सीताराम जानकी रमण सीताराम जय जय राघव सीताराम राम राम जय राजा राम 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 जय सीताराम राम राम जय राजा राम 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 जय सीताराम हरे कृष्ण प्रभु धन्यवाद प्रणाम
Very, very nice Kirtan Prabhu, and we welcome His Grace Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu to the Istagoshti. Thank you very much for joining, Prabhu, despite your very, very busy schedule. Very happy to have your associations.
Yes, Prabhupada.
Then Pranam of Vishnu Prabhupada.
Right.
So, yes, Prabhu.
Not at all busy these days, so don't worry. I'm trying to find what else I can do for services Srila Prabhupada and all the devotees. So, yeah. pretty free these days. So
Yes, so
thank you
the
so
temple
much.
construction is going on very, very nicely actually. So
Oh,
just in the top floor, so
oh,
just coming down. Yeah. So yes, Prabhu. So the kirtan was by His Grace Smita Krishna Prabhu, and now
okay.
actually, we have a session called artwork session where some of the devotees they um, share their artworks which they have performed. Um, and it'll just take about 3 to 4 minutes maximum.
Yeah, yeah,
So
no
it's
problem.
okay with you, we can just share, right? Yes. So Sami Prabhu, you can just go to your personal chat. I've sent you two artworks. You can project it. First one is by Shivranj Prabhu. And I'll just read the verse on behalf of him because he's not available here. I know. Sami Prabhu, please do it as soon as possible. Yeah, so this is the artwork by Shivranj Prabhu. So Shivranj Prabhu, he's from Dubai actually, and he's going through a very difficult time now because of his parents and them. They're really obstructing him in Krishna consciousness, and also his schoolwork and everything. But despite all of that, he has tried to do a very nice artwork for the pleasure of all the Vaishnavas present here. So it took him about 1 week to do it, and yeah, you can zoom in and show the intricate details like the tilak, you know, Lord Ram's eyes, hair especially. You can see how he has done it. Yeah. He's only 17 years old and very talented. And we hope to see more of his artworks. Yes. So it's very, very beautiful. So now we can go to the verse. So he shared a very beautiful verse from the Ramayana, which actually inspired him to draw this artwork of our deity, of the Ram deity in Ayodhya. So once you zoom into the details, then you can go to the artwork, which I've also, sorry, not the artwork, I mean the verse under the artwork, which I've sent you in your personal Telegram chat.
Krishna Prabhu, who make this?
Shivransh Prabhu.
Oh, Hari
He's,
Prabhu.
yeah, I don't think you've seen him, but he'll come to India soon. Krishna willing.
Very
Yes, bro.
beautiful.
Yes, bro. So I'll be reading,
Hello.
yes, I'll be reading the verse in behalf of him because he's not here. And so, yes, it's from Valmiki Ramayan, Sarga 1. So in valor, Rama is comparable to Vishnu, and in his looks, he's attractive like the moon. He echoes the earth in his forgiveness, but he is matchable to world-ending fire in his wrath. And in benevolence, he is identical to Kubera, god of wealth. And in his candor, he is like Dharma itself, the truth personified, with none to rival him. So this shows the supremacy of the personality of Godhead, Lord Ram. Very nice. So you can go to the next artwork. It's by Siddharth Prabhu. He's a professional artist. You can zoom in nicely. You can keep it in the middle and zoom in. Yeah. Yes, this is by Siddharth Prabhu. Very nice artwork by him as well. So these are two different styles. So this is like an anime kind of approach to Krishna conscious art. So Siddharth Prabhu has been perfecting it. The colors are all very, very vibrant. Even through the screen, you can see that they're very vibrant and very beautiful.
Very nice, Prabhu. Very bold.
It will also be very nice if the devotees could switch on the camera, that way it can be more personal. Over here, sometimes I might have to switch off my camera due to Wi-Fi issues, but those whose Wi-Fi is at least stable, please do switch on the cameras. It'll be very, very nice. We have Jordan from Canada and Luvesh Prabhu from Austria, Srikanth Prabhu from Canada. Very nice. Sami Prabhu from Finland, Gaura Shakti Prabhu from Reunion Island, from Germany, Madhav Prabhu. Oh, all over the world, huh? Nice. So you can go to the verse as well. So once again, I'll be reading it for simplicity's sake on behalf of him. So this verse and artwork both were chosen by Siddharth Prabhu. Similarly with Shivransh Prabhu as well. I'm just representing them and reading it for the sake of simplicity. You know. Yes, right. So yes, this is from Chaitanya Charitamrita, Madhya 22.34 translation. It is my vow that if one only once seriously surrenders unto me, saying, "My dear Lord, from this day I am yours," and praise to me for courage, I shall immediately award courage to that person, and he will always remain safe from that time on. Very nice verse chosen by him as well. So our two sessions are done for today. One being the artwork as well as the kirtan. So thank you, Smita Krishna Prabhu, for the very nice kirtan performance. And yeah, Prabhu was also a little bit hesitant to do it because it was a very long kirtan. But nevertheless, he has practiced very nicely and delivered a very beautiful performance. And the artworks are also very, very nice. So we hope that we can get more and more responses from all the devotees from all over the world for the upcoming sessions like we have now. You know, all the devotees participating in kirtan and extra things like artwork, so on and so forth. So yes, so now we would like to invite His Grace Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu to give a very nice speech, which Prabhu has been scheduled to for today. So the topic which Prabhu chose was the glories of Lord Ramachandra's holy name. So Prabhu, whenever you're ready, Prabhu, you can begin. And His Grace Prahlad Prabhu will be joining in about some time, about 15-20 minutes. So with Prabhu is a little bit busy right now, but he'll be joining very soon. So
No problem.
yes, Prabhu. Thank you, Prabhu. Hare Krishna. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Very nice. The artwork was so beautiful. So was the kirtan. So thank you for the devotees who took the effort to actually put all of that in place. Give me a sec. Let me see if I can share my screen. Can you all see my screen? Assuming you can. Right? Okay.
Yes, Prabhu, we can see everything. Hari bol.
Very well. So the topic that we thought we'll discuss today is on the glories of the holy name of Rama. We'll spend some time discussing that. How much time do we have, Prabhu?
About 1 hour, Prabhu.
Or 1
It
hour?
can be extended as well if required, but yes, a minimum of 1 hour.
Okay. So I think this will definitely go for 1 hour. So depending on you can ping me, Prabhu, if you know we have to stop, so that accordingly we'll curtail the presentation as we go over this.
Yes,
The two
Prabhu.
aspects that we thought we'll cover today. One is obviously we'll discuss about the glories of the holy name of Lord Rama. And we also talk about some lessons from the Ramayana, right? Some practical lessons that we can learn from the Ramayana, which we can implement in our devotional life. So, as you all know, Lord Rama, the name Rama itself means somebody who gives pleasure. Right? That's why it is mentioned, Ramante yoginam anante satyananda chidatmani iti Rama padaneshu param brahma abhidiyate. Ramanama is so pleasing, right? When anybody who comes in touch with Ramanama, immediately they feel all the ecstasy that they should feel. That's the greatness of Ramanama. But before I proceed to that, I should first offer my prayers to the spiritual master. That's the first thing that I should do. Om Ajnanatimirandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Sri Chaitanya Manobhishtam Sthapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamayam Dadati Swapadantikam. Vandeham Shri Gurum Shri Yuta Padagamalam Shri Gurun Vaishnavamsha Shri Rupam Sagar Jatam Sahagana Raghunathanvitam Tamsajivam Sadvaitam Savadutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padan Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishakan Vidamsha. He Krishna Karuno Sindhu Deenabandho Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namastude. तप्त कांचन गौरांगी राधे वृंदावनेश्वरी ऋषभानुसुते देवी प्रणमामि हरिप्रिय वाञ्छाकल्पतरुभ्यश्च कृपा सिन्धुभ्यः च पतितानां पावनेभ्यो वैष्णवेभ्यो नमो नमः नमा ओं विष्णुपादाय कृष्णप्रेष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्ति वेदांत स्वामी इति नामिने नमस्ते सारस्वते देवे गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेष शून्यवादी पाश्चात्य देशधारिणे जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासादि गौर भक्त वृंदा हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे रामाय रामभद्राय रामचंद्राय वेदशे रघुनाथाय नाथाय सीतायां पतये. Thank you very much to all of you for joining the session. Please accept my humble obeisances. To run the session well, if there are any good things that you note in the session, I think the credit to that should be given to our very beautiful parampara, right? Where we have the blessings of Srila Prabhupada. If there's anything that you see is part of the session which needs to be better done, or if you feel that there's some corrections required, feel free to point out that at the end of the session. We're happy to take that feedback and see how we can improve some of these sessions. So with that note, we'll get started. So as I was saying, this very important verse, Ramante yoginam anante satyananda chidatmani iti rama padaneshu param brahma abhidiyate. The meaning of this verse is that anybody who comes in contact with the holy name of Rama, even if he is a great yogi, sometimes the yogis, they are absorbed in meditation. They close their eyes and they are deeply meditative. Even such yogis, when they hear the holy name of Lord Rama, they immediately come out of their meditation, right? And they start searching after where this, where this name is. They go in search after this name. Imagine a yogi who's sitting deeply in meditation and the holy name of Rama is coming to his ears. There is so much pleasure that he derives from this holy name that he opens his eyes and starts searching after where this sound came from. So such is the potency of the name of Rama. Actually, Prabhupada explains that the name of Rama and Krishna, they are identical, right? And when we actually develop taste for hearing the name of Rama, we will be able to relish it to its true sense. That is why in our process of chanting also, we say when we chant, we should try and hear. Because the more we hear this name of Krishna and Rama, the more we'll get purified. Not only will we get purified, but we'll also be able to taste the nectar of this name. Because as we know in the absolute platform, there is no difference between the name and the form of the Lord. When we say Rama, Rama means something that gives pleasure. Ramya, Ramyam. The word Rama comes from the Sanskrit word Ramyam. And Ramyam means something which is pleasure giving. After all, we are all seeking pleasure in this material world, right? But that real pleasure exists in this name of Rama. And so when we, with attention, chant and hear Rama's name or Krishna's names, that pleasure actually goes deep into our heart and we can feel the presence of the Lord, right? When we chant. So that's an introduction in terms of the potency of Rama's name. Right? With that, we'll jump into this presentation. Now, something very interesting, right? Before I go to the first slide. All through we've thought, or our understanding has been, when Prabhupada established this society, International Society for Krishna Consciousness, right? Obviously, Prabhupada glorified Krishna all through. And he named the society also as International Society for Krishna Consciousness. But very interestingly, there have been instances where Prabhupada has glorified Rama also to a larger extent. And this has happened instantly. At times, when you would never imagine that Prabhupada would talk about the glories of Lord Rama, he did talk about the glories of Lord Rama. So one such instance when Prabhupada did this, right? And we'll start this presentation with that. Right? Obviously, anything that we talk, we should try and see how we can relate it to Prabhupada, right? In terms of how Prabhupada thought about the glories of Ramana. So this is a very interesting incident that happened. This happened in Montreal, right? In August 30, 1968. And August 30, 1968, this particular day was Radhashtami, the appearance day of Srimati Radharani. But Prabhupada did something very interesting. When Prabhupada was invited to talk about and have a lecture on that particular day, Prabhupada did not talk about Srimati Radharani. He did not talk about the appearance of Srimati Radharani. Interestingly, he started talking about Lord Ramachandra. And nobody knows why Prabhupada did this, right? Actually, about I think 3-4 months back when Prabhupada was in San Francisco temple, right? Again, these are all the early years in which Prabhupada was in the US, right? He was trying to establish temples. So in San Francisco, all of a sudden, they said Prabhupada, out of nowhere, he started chanting, Sri Ram, Jai Ram, Jai Jai Ram, Sri Ram, Jai Ram, Jai Jai Ram. So Prabhupada chanted this. And then a few months later, when he was in Montreal and presenting a lecture on the appearance day of Srimati Radharani, right? He started the lecture describing how great Lord Ramachandra is. In fact, he quoted this particular verse, right? Am aprameyam anagam nirvana shanti pradam brahma shambhu panindra stevyo nisham vedanta vedyam vibhum suragurum maya manushya harim bandeham karunakaram raghuvaram bhupala chudamanim. So this particular verse, Prabhupada said, was composed by Tulsidas. And Prabhupada mentioned Tulsidas, and he also gave reference to the Ramcharitmanas, where this verse was composed. And Prabhupada said there is no difference between Lord Rama and Lord Krishna. Right? He says when we speak about Krishna, we talk about all incarnations of Krishna. We know this famous verse from the Brahma Samhita. Ramadi Murtisha Kala Niyamena Tishtan Nana Bataram Akarod Bhuvaneshu Kinto Krishna Swayam Samapapat Paramam Pumanyo Govindam Adi Purusham Tamaham Bhajami. Rama, Narsimha, and all these incarnations, all of the incarnations that we know, the source for these incarnations is Krishna himself. So Prabhupada explained how there is no difference between Lord Rama and Lord Krishna. And then Prabhupada said something very interesting. He said, Ramayana, if one wants to read Ramayana, he should read Valmiki Ramayana. And then this question might come, right? What is Ramcharitamanas written by Tulsidas? Prabhupada clarified that very beautifully. Prabhupada said, what Tulsidas wrote was not Ramayana. What Tulsidas wrote was his realization of Lord Rama because of his devotion. That is why Prabhupada said it is titled Ramcharitamanas. Ramcharitamanas means what manifested in the mind of Tulsidas. Tulsidas presented that in verses. Right. So Prabhupada clarified that Ramcharitamanas written by Tulsidas is technically not Ramayana. It is Tulsidas' realization about the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Lord Rama. One very important statement Prabhupada made. And then Prabhupada went and quoted this particular verse, right, in the Sundar Khand. This is the 5th chapter of the Sundar Khand, where he explained the characteristics of Lord Rama. He said, Shantam, Shashvatam, Aprameyam, Anagam, Nirvana, Shanti Pradam. He said, Shantam. Lord Rama, one of the qualities of Lord Ramachandra is Shantam. Shantam means he is never disturbed. Prabhupada said in the material world, everybody is disturbed, right? There's so many problems that are there in the material world, political, social, religious, cultural, right? Everything is difficult. Everybody is disturbed. But Ramachandra is one personality who in the midst, even the midst of difficulties, he remained very calm, right? So Prabhupada gave this reference. Right? So very interesting on how Prabhupada appreciated Lord Ramachandra. In fact, if you get a chance to go through this lecture, you will see that more than 50% of the time, Prabhupada would have spoken actually about Lord Rama. And then Prabhupada will say, okay, let's discuss about Srimati Radharani. Right? So now how, why, and what prompted Prabhupada to speak about Lord Rama, nobody knows. Right? That too on Radhashtami. So such is a deep absorption that the Acharyas have. And the Acharyas, sometimes certain rasas get manifest in their heart, right? And that pours out from their heart and they want to speak about it. So Lord Rama's characteristics, his greatness was something that Prabhupada was greatly acquainted with. And which is why he requested his disciples to actually compile and drew a translation of the Valmiki Ramayana. He wanted to do an entire translation of the 24,000 verses of Valmiki Ramayana. Prabhupada knew that he was not sure whether he would have the time to do it or not, but he wanted his disciples to actually compile a full translation of the 24,000 verses of Ramayana. So such was the intensity with which Prabhupada appreciated the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Sri Ramachandra. That's why this particular verse that Sri Ram, Jai Ram, Jai Jai Ram was very dear to Prabhupada. Whenever he got a chance, he used to chant Rama's names in this particular order. And he also mentioned in the Hare Krishna mantra that the Rama that is mentioned there is actually non-different from this personality of Godhead, Ramachandra. So with this background, let us also understand the glories of Lord Rama, right, as portrayed by other great devotees in this Gaudiya Vaishnava Sampradaya. We've seen how Srila Prabhupada appreciated the holy name of Lord Rama, the personality of Lord Rama. See, for us to even appreciate the name of Lord Rama, it is important to appreciate the personality of Lord Rama. See, many times people ask this question. If you know that you have to chant Krishna's names and Rama's names, why don't you just chant and then keep quiet? Why so much philosophy? The reason the philosophy is important is because unless we know the personality, who is Krishna, who is Rama, it is very difficult for us to taste the name of these personalities. Because when we chant Krishna's names or Rama's names, immediately we can remember the personality of God. Now, whom will we remember unless we know that personality? How will we be able to remember? Krishna says in the Bhagavad Gita, Manmana Bhava Madbhakto Madhyajimam Namaskuro. Always think of me, remember me, serve me. But how do we know who is that personality? How does that personality look like? How does that personality, what is the color in which that personality appears? Right? What are the activities of that personality? Unless we train our mind, right, to read about these great personalities, it is very difficult for us to remember them when we chant their names. That's why philosophy and practice, they go hand in hand. So that whenever we chant the names of Krishna or Rama, we are immediately we are able to remember their personality. So this was Srila Prabhupada's take on Ram Nam. Very interesting. Now, we all know Chaitanya Mahaprabhu had one very, very dear disciple or devotee, an associate, and his name was Murari Gupta. And Murari Gupta, as you all know, was Hanuman in his previous life. So Hanuman personally appeared as Murari Gupta when Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was in this world. And this is as per the Gaur Ganadesh Deepika, written by Kavi Karnapur. So Kavi Karnapur has written a literature called Gaur Ganadesh Deepika, where the different personalities who appeared in Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's lifetime, what were they in their past lives? Right? That Kavi Karnapur has elaborated on. So there it is mentioned that Murari Gupta was one of the associates of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, was actually Lord Hanuman himself. Hanuman was the servitor of Lord Ramachandra. He personally appeared as Murari Gupta. So many times Chaitanya Mahaprabhu tried to convince Murari Gupta to chant the Hare Krishna Mahamantra. But Murari Gupta was so absorbed in chanting Ram Nam that he did not know anything beyond this. So this picture that you see to your right, these are the deities that Murari Gupta worshipped in Navadvip. So when he was residing in Navadvip, these deities were personally worshipped by Murari Gupta. So even today, if you go to Murari Gupta's house in Navadvip, you can actually be witness to these beautiful deities. So Murari Gupta, because of his deep absorption in Rama Bhakti, right, he composed 8 beautiful verses, and they are called Ramashtakam. Right, very beautiful verses. When you get time, you can probably go over these 8 verses. But for paucity of time, we will just discuss these 2 verses alone from the Ramashtakam. The first verse talks about Lakshmana. While it talks about Rama, it also talks about Lakshmana. So this verse says, Agre Danurdharavara Kanakojvalango Jeshtanusevana Rato Varabhushanadhya Sheshakyadama Varalakshmana Nama Yasya Ramam Jagatraya Gurum Shatatam Bhajami. So this Ramam Jagatraya Gurum Satatam Bhajami is a constant chant in all of these 8 verses. So the last of these 4 lines, you will see this getting repeated. Ramam Jagatraya Gurum Satatam Bhajami. Rama is the spiritual master of the 3 worlds. Satatam Bhajami. We should always chant Ramana. This was Murari Gupta's mood. So in this particular verse, he glorifies Lakshmana, who was so deeply attached to his brother's service. He says Lakshmana was the most skilled archer. His body was like brilliant golden. It was brilliant molten golden color. And he was also known as Shesha, the all-accommodating abode of the worlds. To that Lord Rama whom Lakshmana worshipped, I offer my humble obeisances. Ramam Jagatraya Gurum Satatam Bhajami. So Lakshmana, as you all know, is engaged in serving Lord Rama in Shantaras. So there are different rasas in which we can serve the Lord. Prominent among them are 5 rasas. Right? In those 5 rasas, the Shantaras is the first stage. What is Shantaras? Worshipping the Lord in the state of neutrality is called Shantaras. So the way we have to understand the Shantaras or Lakshmana's service to Lord Rama is that anything that we do in relation to Rama or Krishna in terms of paraphernalia is all in the state of neutrality. Like for example, Supposing you're worshipping Lord Rama with your Arati set. The Arati set actually represents Shesha. It represents Lakshmana. Similarly, we are chanting using our bead bags. That chanting mala and that bead bag that we are using for chanting, this all represents Shesha. They are all in the state of neutrality. So anything that we use in the service of the Lord, that paraphernalia that we use in the service of the Lord, they are all in the state of neutrality and they all represent Lakshmana or Shesha. Actually, the word Shesha means unlimited. Unlimited. Shesha, the way we have to understand it, means unlimited. And why is Lakshmana called Shesha? Lakshmana is called Shesha because his service to Lord Rama is unlimited. Nobody can measure how much service Lakshmana can do to Lord Rama. See, we all have a certain capacity to do service to the Lord, right? But Lakshmana's capacity to do service to Lord Rama is unlimited. So that's why whenever we chant, whatever service that we are doing is all the blessings of Shesha. Nobody can surpass Anantadev or Lakshman in his service to Lord Rama. And that is why this term Shesha is specifically used to Lakshmana. So Murari Gupta, in his glorification of Lord Rama, is also glorifying Lakshmana. Then the next verse. Bhangtva pinakama karo janakatmajaya vaivahikotsava vidim padibhargavendram jitva piturmudam ubah kukuštavaryam ramam jagatraya gurum satatam bhajami. So this particular verse, Murari Gupta is explaining how after breaking Shiva's bow, Rama married Sita Devi, the daughter of Janaka Maharaj. Then on the path home, what did he do? He defeated the mighty Parashuram. And he brought pleasure to Maharaj Dasharatha. So he's saying to such a great personality, who is the descendant of the Surya dynasty and the guru of the three worlds, I worship him always. So this is the mood of Murari Gupta. He's seeing every good quality in Lord Rama. Actually, the Lord winning the hand of Sita Devi is so much pleasure for the devotees because it brings together the goddess of fortune with the Lord. Right? And then that personality, Lord Rama, what is he doing? He is bringing pleasure to Maharaj Dasharatha. So Maharaj Dasharatha, as you all know, was the father of Lord Rama. And Maharaj Dasharatha, his name was Dasharatha because if he could defeat enemies in 10 different directions, that's why he was called Dasharatha. So this Dasharatha Maharaj was a great warrior, but not an ordinary personality, right? He was a great father. Now, when Lord Rama is trying to please Dasharatha, right, that particular interaction is giving pleasure to Murari Gupta. He's so pleased that Lord Rama is always trying to please Dasharatha Maharaj. Actually, this is also something that we'll discuss as one of the lessons from the Ramayana. How Lord Rama was absorbed in the service of Maharaj Dasharatha. For Lord Rama, it was only about pleasing Maharaj Dasharatha. He did not mind whether his father asked him to become a king or whether he wanted him to go to the forest. He accepted both in the same way. Right? For him, it did not make a difference. As long as he felt that he was obeying Dasharatha Maharaj, right? It did not matter to Lord Rama whether he was a king or whether he was a mendicant, whether he had to put the dress of a mendicant and go to the forest. This was the vision that Lord Rama had. And Murari Gupta is appreciating this characteristic of Lord Ramachandra in terms of how he was inclined to bring pleasure to Maharaj Dasharatha. That personality, that great personality, Lord Ramachandra, whom everybody is approaching to seek pleasure from, he is trying to please Dasharatha Maharaj. He is trying to give pleasure to Dasharatha Maharaj. You see how beautiful is a characteristic of Lord Ramachandra. So these are the two verses that Murari Gupta and that we picked from the Rama Ashtakam, right, to describe some of the characteristics of Lord Ramachandra. If you have time, you can go over all of these verses and appreciate this very beautiful compilation by Murari Gupta. With that, let's also see how Lord Shiva is glorified this name of Rama. So we talked about Srila Prabhupada's glorification of Ramnam. Then we talked about Murari Gupta. Now we'll talk about the greatest of all Vaishnavas, Lord Shiva. Vaishnavamsha Yata Shambho. So Lord Shiva, in the Padma Puran, in the Uttarkand, this is how he glorifies the holy name of Lord Rama. He says, Japata Sarva Mantramscha Sarva Vedamscha Parvati Tasmat Koti Gunam Punyam Rama Nameva Labhyate. So this is Lord Shiva's conversation with Parvati Devi. In fact, the Padma Puran has a lot of those conversations that Lord Shiva had with Parvati. That is recorded in the Padma Puran. So one such verse is glorifying this beautiful name of Rama. It says, Japata Sarva Mantramscha. There may be so many mantras, but amongst all these mantras, the mantra of Rama is very, very powerful. He says, Sarva Vedamscha Parvati. If you search the Vedas, if you go through the Puranas, the Upanishads, right, one name that emerges to be supreme is this name of Rama. Tasmat Koti Gunam Punyam. What does it mean? There, you cannot measure the kind of piety that one will accumulate by chanting the holy name of Lord Rama. There's so much piety. Koti Gunam Punyam. So much piety that you will acquire. And what is the characteristic of this Ramanama? It is bestowed with all good qualities. There's so many qualities that Lord Rama has. That's why Valmiki Muni in the Ramayana, he describes Rama as Gunalayam. Gunalayam means somebody who is an embodiment of all good qualities. Right? That's how Rama is described. So Rama Namaiva Labhyate. So by chanting Ram Nam, one actually gets the benefit of breeding or absorbing oneself in all Vedic literatures. Even if you were to read all the Vedas, the benefit that you will get will be very, very minuscule as compared to the benefit that you will get by chanting Ram Nam. Further, Lord Shiva says, Raka Radhini Namani Shrinvato Devi Jayate Pritimbre Manaso Nityam Ramana Ma Vishankaya. So this again is another glorification of Ram Nam by Lord Shiva. And this also comes in the Padma Puran, where he's again talking to Parvati Devi. And he's saying, Raka Radhini Namani. Forget about chanting the holy name of even Rama. Even if you chant Raka Radhini Namani, that itself, right, will make your heart purified, will make your mind peaceful. And all obstacles on the path of bhakti will get destroyed. So this is another very, very beautiful glorification that Lord Shiva. Of course, you all know that famous compilation in the Vishnu Sahasranama Stotra, where Parvati Devi is asking, how can, one very easily chant the glories of Lord Vishnu, right? So the Vishnu Sahasranam has 1,000 names of Lord Vishnu. But Parvati Devi is asking Lord Shiva, it is very difficult for people to pronounce or even go over these different names of Vishnu every day. What's that simple method by which one will get the benefit of chanting all these 1,000 names of Vishnu? And that is when so Parvati Devi starts this conversation saying, see, Parvati Vacha, she says, Parvati Devi says, how will you get the benefit? And then Lord Shiva says, Shri Rama Rama Ramiti, Rame Rame Manorame, Sahasranama Tatulyam, Rama Nama Varanam. Just by chanting the name of Rama, you will get the benediction of chanting the 1,000 names of Lord Vishnu. So these are some of the glorifications that Lord Shiva gives on his account. There are more such glorifications, and the Padma Puran has a lot of these verses where Lord Shiva glorifies the holy name of Lord Rama. Now let's talk about Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and Haridas Thakur. Now, they very beautifully talk about how Ram Nam is so powerful. And this particular discussion between Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and Haridas Thakur also brings us to the point of how to chant the Hare Krishna Mahamantra or chanting Rama's names, right? So very, very beautiful discussion, right? On we can, in this particular discussion between Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and Haridas Thakur, two things we'll be able to see. One is we can see the extreme mercy that Chaitanya Mahaprabhu displayed. The extreme mercy that Chaitanya Mahaprabhu displayed, and then the very glorious responses that Haridas Thakur gave to the questions asked by Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So let me take you to this section in the Veda base, and let's go over this particular section so that you're able to appreciate this better. Except Antya 3. Okay. Can you see the base? Okay. So the discussion starts this way. Ekadina Prabhu Haridashare Milila Tanha Lana Goshti Kari Tanhare Pujila. So the incident is like this. One day Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu met Haridas Thakur as usual. So as you all know, Haridas Thakur was not permitted to enter the Jagannath temple. So that's why Haridas Thakur used to stay in a place called Siddha Bakul. Right? And from there, Haridas Thakur every day used to take darshan of the Sudarshana Chakra on top of the Jagannath temple. And this is how Haridas Thakur used to have darshan of Lord Jagannath. So Chaitanya Mahaprabhu had one routine in the morning. After visiting the Jagannath temple every day, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu used to go to Siddha Bakul to visit Haridas Thakur, right? And then have some association. Used to give association to Haridas Thakur and also try and take association from him because he knew Haridas Thakur was such a great devotee. So like that, one day when Chaitanya Mahaprabhu had Haridas Thakur, he inquired as follows. What did Chaitanya Mahaprabhu inquire? He said this: Haridase Kali Kale Yavana Apar Go Brahmana Himsakare Mahadurachar. My dear Haridas Thakur, in the age of Kali, most people are bereft of Vedic culture. And therefore they are called Yavanas. Or why don't some of you read? Maybe be more interactive. You can keep reading and then we can keep going to one verse after the other verse. Somebody wants to read this verse?
Yes, Prabhu. Am I audible, Prabhu?
Yes, you are.
Right. So CC Antya 3.50 translation. My dear Thakur Haridas, in this age of Kali, most people are bereft of Vedic culture and therefore they are called Yavanas. They are concerned only with killing cows in Brahminical culture. In this way, they all engage in sinful acts.
So Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's concern is to the Yavanas. The Yavanas are only interested in killing cows in Brahminical culture, right? And spoiling Brahminical culture. Now, how they are engaging in all kinds of sinful acts, right? Let's see what Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is going to ask.
Yes, Prabhu. How will these Yavanas be delivered? To my great unhappiness, I do not see any way.
Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is saying there is no way the Yavanas can get delivered. Haridas Thakur, because they're so sinful, they're doing two predominant, the greatest sinful activities they're doing. One is they're killing cows. Second is they're also killing Brahminical culture. So there is no way they can get delivered. Now, let's see what Haridas Thakur replies.
Haridas Thakur replied, My dear Lord, do not be in anxiety, do not be unhappy to see the condition of the Yavanas in material existence.
Okay, self-explanatory. Move on. Next one.
Because the Yavanas are accustomed to saying Ha Rama, O Lord Ramachandra, they will very easily be delivered by this Nama Bhasha.
So, Yavana Sakalera Mukti Have Anayase Harama Bali Kahe Nama Bhasha. So, very, very important point that Haridas Thakur is saying. Because the Yavanas, generally they say haram. And this word haram is actually used in a negative connotation by the Yavanas. But Haridas Thakur is saying whether it is used in a negative connotation or in a positive connotation, they are still pronouncing the word haram. And because the word Lord Rama, or the personality of Lord Rama is included in this utterance, they will very easily delivered by Nama Bhash. And he says it is Nama Bhash. This is not Nama Aparad. See, Haridas Thakur is talking about one very important concept. We all know there are 3 stages in chanting, right? One is Namaprad, then there is Namabash, and then there is Shuddhanam. Now he says this chanting by the Yavanas is Namabash. It is not Namaprad. Very similar to how Ajamila chanted. Why? Can anybody say why this is Namabash and not Namaprad?
Because they call upon the holy name of the Lord with actual feeling, even though it might be in a negative connotation, out of fear also, but at least with some kind of focused attention.
Okay, still more accurate response. Yeah, it's fairly there. You're almost there. But why is it not called Namaprad? I think yes, they're calling. Sometimes people who do Namaprad may also call the holy name with that feeling, right? With whatever feeling you said. So, what is that distinguishing factor between Namaprad and Namabas?
Attention, hearing. Is it?
Attention, hearing, no. That is one characteristic of how you can chant. But what is that very important factor that distinguishes Namaprad from Namabash? The same thing is explained by Ananta Krishna Das Prabhu. Yeah, yes, Prabhu.
Hare Krishna Prabhu, Dandavat Pranam, Jai Prabhupada.
Jai Prabhupada. Hare Krishna.
So it is without offense. They are chanting, so that's why it is Namavas.
Perfect. That is the answer. So without offense, right? So if you look at the 10 kinds of offenses, now in the 10 kinds of offenses, there are so many different offenses. The offense one is you consider the name of demigod. All these different offenses are there, right? Now this person who's chanting haram, haram, as Karthi Prabhu said, there is attention, which there is attentive chanting. But they also don't know, they are not saying they are going to commit sinful activities on the strength of this chanting. Right? They are not disregarding the scriptures while they are chanting. Right? The intention is there, but they are not committing offenses. So, this is a neutral stage. That's why it's called Namabash. Where the intention of the chanter, like sometimes when we chant, right, we are inattentive, or sometimes we think we commit some sinful activities. To cover up that sinful activities, we chant. All these things they don't do, right? There is attention when they chant haram, but they don't know what they are chanting for, but they don't commit any offenses. That is why this is in the stage of Namabas, which is better than even Namaprad. And Ajamila chanted Narayana's name in a very similar fashion, right? That is why this is called Namabas. So we'll move on. We'll further understand more. Somebody wants to read?
Yes, Prabhu. I can.
Yes, Prabhu.
A devotee in advanced ecstatic love exclaims, "Oh my Lord Ramachandra, oh my Lord Ramachandra." But the Yavanas also chant, Harama, Harama. Just see their good fortune.
So this word ha means, oh my Lord Ramachandra. Oh my Lord Ramachandra. Right? The devotee also chants with aesthetic love. Of course, this chanting by the devotee is in Nama Prema, the third stage of chanting, right? Where he's actually experiencing love of God. But the Yavanas also chant Haram, Haram, see their good fortune. So Haridas Thakur is saying, because Yavanas are chanting Haram, Haram, there is some good fortune that they have, right? There is some progress that they will also make in times to come. Right? Move on. We'll move on to the next verse.
Namacharya Haridasa Thakura, the authority on the chanting of the holy name, said, "The chanting of the Lord's holy name to indicate something other than the Lord is an instance of Nama Bhasha. Even when the holy name is chanted in this way, its transcendental power is not destroyed."
So you see, they're indicating something else, right? But they're not committing offenses. And that is why the transcendental power is not destroyed. It is still better than Namaprad. And so, Haridas Thakur is saying the power of the holy still act on this chanter. I think the 6th canto, if you go from verses 6 to 14 all the way up to 6 to 25, 30, you will talk of, I mean, the discussion between the Yamadutas and the Vishnudutas. There, the Vishnudutas talk about, they glorify how even if you improperly chant the holy name of the Lord, the benefits of the chanting will accrue, right? So Haridas Thakur is clarifying that. Yeah, see?
Even a mlecha who is being killed by the tusk of a boar and who cries in distress again and again, Ha Rama, attains liberation. What then to speak of those who chant the holy name with veneration and faith?
So there's again to Kardi Prabhu's point, right? When they're chanting Haram, Haram, there is some attention that they are giving to chanting because they are chanting it in a helpless fashion, right? When the tusk of a boar is trying to attack a mlecha, he's trying to scold the boar by saying Haram, Haram. But because his attention is towards chanting, it's somewhere he's able to get the benefit of such chanting. What? And then Haridas Thakur says, what if somebody chants with veneration and faith? How much more can that person achieve? Right? So this is the significance. We'll move on.
Ajamila was a great sinner during his life, but at the time of death he accidentally called for his youngest son, whose name was Narayana, and the attendants of Lord Vishnu came to relieve him from the bonds of Yamaraja, the superintendent of death.
Yeah, so this is self-explanatory. We all know this.
So, the word Rama consists of the two syllables Ra and Ma. These are unseparated and are decorated with the loving word Ha, meaning O.
So Harama. So again.
The letters of the holy name have so much spiritual potency that they act even when uttered improperly.
So even if they are uttered improperly, they will have potency. Yes.
If a devotee once utters the holy name of the Lord, or if it penetrates his mind or enters his ear, which is a channel of oral reception, that holy name will certainly deliver him from material bondage. Whether vibrated properly or improperly, with correct or incorrect grammar, or properly joined or vibrated in separate parts. O Brahmana, the potency of the holy name is therefore certainly great. However, if one uses the vibration of the holy name for the benefit of the material body, for material wealth or followers, or under the influence of greed or atheism, in other words, if one utters the name with offenses, such chanting will not produce the desired result very soon. Therefore, one should diligently avoid offenses in chanting the holy name of the Lord.
So very important distinction Haridas Thakur is drawing between improper chanting and offensive chanting. Right? Two different terms. Improper chanting, offensive chanting. So Haridas Thakur is saying improper chanting is better than offensive chanting. Right? So sometimes if the pronunciation or the grammar is incorrect, sometimes you see devotees from Bengal, right? They will probably say Hore Rama. They may not say Hare Rama. They say Hore Rama, Hore Rama, Rama Rama, Hore Hore. This is how they chant, right? So the grammar, the pronunciation is very different, right? But still, because they are chanting the holy name of the Lord, right, and not committing other offenses, they will still get benefited. So this is a very important distinction. And in this particular verse, right, which Haridas Thakur is talking about, he also mentions one very important aspect which we have always been discussing, right? He says when a devotee once utters the holy name or it penetrates his mind or enters his ears, which is a channel of oral reception, the holy name will deliver him from material bondage. So this is the point we've been making, right? When we chant, we should hear. As we chant, when we hear Krishna's names or the holy name, then it becomes very, very, very powerful. So that's why attentive chanting is one very important aspect of our practice of sadhana bhakti when it comes to chanting Krishna's names. It is said that the holy name penetrates through the ears into the mind of the devotee, right? And it then takes shelter in the heart of the devotee. So the passage for the holy name to enter us is through the ears. And that's why hearing what we chant is extremely important, right? So, and then if you have time, go over this purport where it's very interesting aspect in terms of, how in the Hari Bhakti Vilas, Sanatana Goswami explains, this means that if one somehow or other hears, utters or remembers the holy name, or it catches his mind while coming near his ears, that holy name, even if vibrated in separate words, will act. So it's very interesting purport. When you find time, you can read through this. This is 360 Antya. So for paucity of time, we'll run. Okay, go on.
Namacharya Haridasa Thakura continued. If one offenselessly utters the holy name even imperfectly, one can be freed from all the results of sinful life.
Yeah. Abla Prabhu, Hare Krishna Prabhu, Dandavat Pranam, Abhishta Srila Prabhupada. Hare Krishna Prabhu.
Hare Krishna Prabhuji, Dandavat Pranam, all Shri Prabhupada, all bless you. Thanks for coming, Prabhu.
Thanks
Hare
for
Krishna, Prabhu, all glories to Prabhupada, Hari Bol.
Hare Krishna, all the devotees. Okay, I think I don't want to disturb Prabhu's session. You carry on, Prabhu. Sorry, Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Prabhu. With your permission, we'll continue. So Haridas Thakur then continued. If one offenselessly utters the holy name even imperfectly, one can be freed from all the results of sinful life. So, as I said, Haridas Thakur, when he's saying you utter Rama's name, Harama, when he's talking about Harama, he's saying that he's trying to draw a distinction between offensive chanting and imperfect chanting. So, Haridas Thakur is saying it is better to chant imperfectly than to chant offensively. Right. So that's a very bad. That's why this offense to chanting is considered. That's why this Nama Aparad stage, right, will not allow us to progress to the next level. But Nama Bhash, he says, see, Nama Bhasha hoite hai sarva papakshaya. If we come to the stage of Nama Bhash, then all our sinful activities will get destroyed. Now, I'll skip this particular verse. We'll go back to Ajamala's chanting. All this is fine. Now, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, so somebody can read this.
As Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu heard this from Haridas Thakura, the happiness within his heart increased. But as a matter of course, he still inquired further.
So the question that Chaitanya Mahaprabhu asked Haridas Thakur was, how can Yavanas get delivered? Right? And the response Haridas Thakur gave to that was, by chanting Harama, Harama, right? Even the Yavanas can get delivered. Right? So Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was happy with that response. Now he's going to ask another question.
On this earth, there are many living entities. The Lord said, some moving and some not moving. What will happen to the trees, plants, insects, and other living entities? How will they be delivered from material bondage?
So you can see the mercy of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So Chaitanya Mahaprabhu started the conversation with asking what will happen to Yavanas. Now that he's got the response for how the Yavanas will get delivered, Mahaprabhu is more interested in how even plants, insects, trees, and other living entities will get delivered. So this is the extreme mercy of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Mahaprabhu is not distinguishing between, he's not only talking about humans, but he's also talking about how other living entities can get delivered from, coming in contact with the holy name of the Lord. And now you'll see Haridas Thakur's response.
Haridas Thakur replied, my dear Lord, the deliverance of all moving and non-moving living entities takes place only by your mercy. You have already granted this mercy and delivered them.
He's saying you've already granted this mercy. So how he's saying you've granted this mercy? The next verse.
You have loudly chanted the Hare Krishna Mahamantra, and everyone moving or not moving has benefited by hearing it.
So that's why it is said when we chant the name of Rama and Krishna, when we chant the Hare Krishna Mahamantra, we should chant it loudly so that even in that place where we are residing, right, in the house or anywhere where we are residing, if there are living entities, those living entities, by hearing the holy name of the Lord, will actually get delivered. So such is the potency of chanting Krishna's names or Rama's names, right? So this is the discussion that happened between Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and Haridas Thakur. So how Mahaprabhu was merciful to all living entities and how Haridas Thakur described the glories of Lord Rama, right? So with this, I'll move on to the next slide. And this is a very interesting episode that happened, which is important for all of us to know when Srila Prabhupada was personally present on this planet. Right? So we started this conversation with how Prabhupada glorified the holy name of the Lord, right? The Montreal conversation in July 1968, right? It was the appearance day of Srimati Radharani, but Prabhupada used it as an opportunity to glorify Lord Rama. Right? So that's where we started. Then we spoke about how Murari Gupta, one of the associates of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, how he compiled the Ramashtaka and how he glorified the holy name of Lord Rama. Then we spoke about how Lord Shiva glorified this very beautiful name of Rama. And then we talked about the discussion between Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and Haridas Thakur. So we started this discussion with Srila Prabhupada, and we'll end this discussion with Srila Prabhupada, right, in terms of the glorification of Lord Rama. So Prabhupada, as you all know, there's this very famous temple in Bombay, right? Prabhupada, in 1974, he consecrated this temple. He brought this temple into existence. And as you all know, this temple went through a lot of difficulty, right, in terms of actually getting established. There was this Nair, Mr. Nair, who donated the land initially, and then he kind of went back on his promise, and that put a lot of anxiety on Prabhupada, right, and his disciples. He even threatened to, threatened to ask the devotees to move out of that place, right, if they did not cooperate with him, right. So such was the trouble that this Mr. Nair created, right. But in the midst of all this, there was another architect of this temple, the Juhu temple, and his name was Mr. Sethi. And Mr. Sethi was an architect, right? But he was very supportive of Prabhupada's movement. And he somehow wanted this temple to come into existence. As much as Prabhupada wanted, Mr. Sethi was also cooperating with Srila Prabhupada. So much so it is said that Mr. Sethi used to carry a pistol in his hand. And the intent of him carrying a pistol was, if anybody objected to stopping the construction of this temple, he wanted to fire some bullets, right? In fact, it is said he did fire some bullets when the men from Mr. Nair's side, when they came to oppose the construction of the temple, Mr. Sethi pulled out the pistol and fired a couple of bullets, and they all ran away, right? So this is the kind of dedication that Mr. Sethi had to this vision that Prabhupada had in constructing this very beautiful temple in Juhu. Of course, we all know that Mr. Nair died, and then his wife took over, and she was also trying to somehow not hand over this land to the Hare Krishna movement, the ISKCON temple, right? But somehow Prabhupada always had this firm belief, firm conviction that Krishna has come to stay here, and he will somehow find a way to actually make this his permanent residence. So out of the many deities, as you all know, in the Juhu temple, there is Radha Rashbihari, there is Gauranitai, and then there is Sita Ram Lakshman, Bhakta Hanuman. Right? Now, the Radha Rashbihari deities was personally carved by Mr. Sethi. Mr. Sethi was the architect, was the person who was responsible for carving the deities of Radha Rashbihari. Now, when it came to Lord Ramachandra, the deities of Sita Ram Lakshman, Bhakta Hanuman, Prabhupada envisioned to have these deities in place because he felt Bombay was a very important center. And it would be very great if, these deities can be installed there, right? And so with conviction, Prabhupada wanted to install these deities. Now, while Prabhupada was contemplating it this way, in 1977, this was the last Pandal that happened. I mean, there used to be these Pandal programs that Prabhupada used to orchestrate, or the devotees or the disciples of Prabhupada used to orchestrate. These Pandal programs were basically to invite public to kind of, involve them in Sankirtan, do some Dhamma, do some dance, right? Aesthetic Kirtan. So in this way, it was a mechanism by which the devotees used to preach to the local public in Juhu. So one of these pandals, in fact, this was the last pandal that happened. And after this, there's no other pandal that happened. So in this pandal, there was this team of Vaikuntha players, right? The devotees in the temple used to perform this drama. And they performed the Ramayana, right? And there was this devotee called Prajapati Prabhu who played Lord Rama. And his wife, Rasagya Mataji, she played Sita Devi. And then there was this Lohitaksha Prabhu who played Lakshman. It is said that this performance by these Vaikuntha players in this particular Pandal in 1977 had such an overwhelming response that the devotees who had gathered to see this Pandal, they were made to believe that personally Lord Rama has actually appeared in that Pandal, right? So one of the statements that that person was acting as Lord Rama in that Pandal he made was, he as Lord Rama mentioned or pronounced to the crowd that I am coming to this temple very soon. you will see my form manifesting in this temple, right? So when the participants in the drama, the audience in the drama, when they saw this powerful performance by these devotees, it felt to them that Lord Rama was personally coming and telling them that he is going to come here in the Juhu temple very soon. So this is a very beautiful incident that the devotees recollect, right? When this particular episode happened in 1977, and this was the last pandal that Prabhupada attended. He never attended a pandal after this. After this, he went to Vrindavan, and then we all know the rest is history. So this was such a great reciprocation that Lord Ramachandra personally gave, right, to the devotees in the Juhu temple. And this is another very interesting episode, right, in the life of Srila Prabhupada, where he had a personal connect with this very beautiful form of Lord Rama. So Prabhupada in various stages, we mentioned in 1968 in San Francisco, how Prabhupada out of nowhere chanted Ramanama. He chanted Sri Ram, Jai Ram, Jai Jai Ram. Then we spoke about the encounter he had in Montreal, right, where he did a lecture on Radhashtami. For no reason, Prabhupada in that lecture on Radhashtami day spoke about Lord Ramachandra and did not speak about Radharani, right? Only after completing a significant percentage of that lecture did he come to the actual point of talking about the appearance day of Radharani. Appearance day of Srimati Radharani. So why Prabhupada did this? Nobody knows, right? The mind of an acharya is very difficult for us to comprehend. So many times Prabhupada had this very beautiful intent of bringing out the glorification of Lord Rama at times when it was not expected generally. So this encapsulates our discussion today, right, in terms of how this form of Lord Rama and the name of Lord Rama is so important, right? That's why in our Hare Krishna Mahamantra, this Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare is also something that's equally important as much as Hare Krishna is important. Of course, the Rama there means Lord Rama, it means Parashurama, it means Balarama, it also means Radharaman, right? But the potency with which this name is uttered when it is properly chanted can give pleasure to our minds. And that's why the yogis are always, when they hear this name of Lord Rama, they feel so much filled with joy. So this is what we want to cover today, right? In terms of giving you an overview on why this name of Lord Rama is so glorious, so that when it's properly heard and chanted, it gives pleasure to our senses. With this, and this particular Sri Ram, Jai Ram, Jai Jai Ram is a very important phrase that Prabhupada used to bring out, right, when he used to glorify Lord Rama. With this, I'll take you to some lessons from the Ramayana, right? Karthi Prabhu, how much time do we have?
Prabhu, he just went up to take some photos. I think.
Oh, is it Prabhu? Prabhu, how much time do we have, Prabhu? Or should we stop here? Or?
Whole day, Prabhu.
Okay.
No,
So,
you carry on.
Carry on, Prabhu. Okay. So, we talk about some practical lessons from the Ramayana because we all know the Ramayana. But how do we apply Ramayana in our practical devotional life? Right. Many times you've heard Ramayana through many different saints, acharyas. We've also read Ramayana a lot, right? But like any Purana or any Upanishad or any Itihasa, there are hidden meanings behind every activity or every pastime that's carried out by the Lord. Right? Yad yad acharate shreshtas tattat evetaro janaha. The reason why the Lord carries out some of these pastimes, especially Lord Ramachandra, was to lead an example of an ideal king, an ideal human being. Right? So that by hearing about him, by thinking about him, we are able to imbibe some of these aspects of his life and practice it in our daily life. Right. So, with that aspect in mind, let's talk about some 10 practical lessons from the Ramayana. There are many lessons, right? We can keep talking for an entire day on what are the different lessons we can learn from the Ramayana. But just briefly summarized, 10 important lessons that's important for all of us to know. Let's start with the association part. Power of good and bad association. See, the Ramayana covers two very great personalities, two very important personalities. And it also talks about the benefit that they got from these associations, right? One was the example of Sugriva, and the other is the example of Kaikeyi. We all know how much Kaikeyi was fond of Lord Rama. In fact, Kaikeyi was fond of Lord Rama to the extent that Even Bharata was not very important for Kaikeyi. Kaikeyi always gave importance to the presence of Lord Rama. Lord Rama was very endearing to Kaikeyi, and who would not like Lord Rama? So Kaikeyi had that sense of, mother-son relationship with Lord Rama. But then, when Mantra came into the scene, right, and when she poisoned Kaikeyi's mind, then everything changed. Kaikeyi immediately, she had a very different behavior towards Lord Rama. Her interaction with Dasharath Maharaj, everything changed. So this happened because of bad association. Another example, if you take the example of Sugriva, right? Sugriva, as you all know, was a Vanara, right? And he was fighting against his brother Vali. Now, Sugriva got the association of Hanuman, and not with the intent of becoming a devotee or anything, but Sugriva got the association of Hanuman just so that he could defeat Vali. But by getting the association of Hanuman, what happened to Sugriva? He was able to get the association of Lord Rama. Right? This is the special privilege that one gets by associating with the devotee. Tulyena lavane api na swargam na punarbhavam bhagavat sangi sangyasya matyanam kim udashisha. Canto 1, chapter 18, text 13. Right? A moment's lavane api, even a moment's association with the devotee. Right? What does it do? It gives you association with the Lord himself. And this is the benediction that Sugriva got. Even unknowingly, if you have this association. Sometimes we say, right, Prabhu, I want to associate with devotees. Yes, you willingly associate with devotees, that is very good. Sometimes even unwillingly, when people come in association with devotees, that also paves the way for liberation. Right? So this is actually explained, I think in the third canto, 323:55, I think. Yeah, Sangoye Samsmitir Hetur Azatsu Vihito Diya Sa Eva Shadusho Krito Nishankatvaya Kalpate. Association for sense gratification is certainly the path of bondage, but the same time of association performed with a saintly person leads to the path of liberation, even if performed without knowledge. So even if without knowledge, like how Valmiki Muni came in contact with Narada Muni, it was not predestined, right? Narada meeting Durva or Narada Muni meeting Prahlad Maharaj, these are all, properly orchestrated discussions. But Valmiki coming in contact with Narada Muni was something that was performed without knowledge. But because there was association, that association paved the way. Similarly, Narada Muni meeting Mrigari, right? So this is how, even if performed without knowledge, that association, right, leads one to the path of liberation. And the same way, association for sense gratification is certainly the path of bondage. So Kaikeyi's association with mantra was for sense gratification, and that led her to bondage. So this is one very important lesson for all of us to learn, right? In terms of why we should have association with devotees. Even if unwillingly we get to associate with devotees, we should not miss out on that opportunity. Many times, sometimes you're not very willing to have that association. Never mind. Even if you are not able to come to this Istagoshti every week and participate actively, right? Even if you keep the audio on, right? Somehow or other you hear and associate with devotees, that has the power to remove all the contamination in our heart. So we should never give up the association of devotees. Somehow or other, grasp the feet or the association of devotees in whichever form or manner it is available. So that's one very important lesson that we learned from the Ramayana. How Sugriva got that association of Hanuman, not even knowing that this will lead him to the darshan of Lord Rama. Next important lesson, very important lesson. Attachment to service and not to the position. This is one very important lesson for all of us as devotees. You see, Lord Rama, he was attached to what? He was attached to service to Maharaj Dasharatha. So when Maharaj Dasharatha told Lord Ramachandra that you have to become a king, Lord Rama accepted. And then that same Dasharath Maharaj, the next day he comes and tells Lord Rama, you have to go to the forest. That also Lord Ramachandra accepted. So Lord Ramachandra was not interested in the position. He was not trying to compare, is he giving me the position of a king or is he giving me the position of a mendicant? Whatever that position was, Lord Rama accepted it. Now, in our practical devotional life, many times we encounter the situation. Sometimes the authorities in charge of the temple, right, whoever is running the temple, they may give us some very important positions. They may even give us some titles, right? Now, it is very important for us not to get overwhelmed by these titles. The president of the temple may say, hey, today, you've been given this title. You are the vice president of the temple, or you are the temple commander. Now, tomorrow, because of circumstances, the president might say, no, I think, you're not being able to do your job very well. I am assigning this to somebody else. Now, a mature devotee, he should not take this in the wrong manner. If he is attached to the title, oh, Prabhu has taken away this position from me, then he will be in trouble. But if his attachment is to serve Prabhupada and his mission, then he will not get affected. And this is the lesson that we can learn from Lord Rama. Lord Rama was not attached to the title. He was not bothered, whether he's going to become a king or a mendicant. His only attachment was to serve Maharaj Dasharatha. Whatever Maharaj Dasharatha says, I will follow. Because Maharaj Dasharatha is a great king, he's a great father, a very righteous person. So whatever he says will be right. So this is how we should all aspire to accept authorities, right? So even within the fraternity of devotional service, we have so many authorities we have to work with, right? If we can have this mood of being attached to the service and not to the position, we can actually make progress in devotional life. And this is one very, very important quality that devotees have to imbibe. We as devotees have to imbibe. This equally applies to me as it applies to all of you, right? Something which is very difficult for us to follow, but something that personalities like Lord Ramachandra inspire us to follow, right? So very important lesson. Third one, vision to reversals. You see, Lord Rama faced so many difficulties. He was supposed to become a king. He was vanquished to the forest. In the forest, what happened is Mother Sita was abducted, right? And then when he goes in search of Mother Sita, so many demons are trying to attack him. He has to kill so many demons, right? And so many reversals the Lord has to encounter. And then when he's asking, the sea to make way to visit Lanka, the person who's in charge, the demigod who's in charge of that sea, he's not giving way. So many obstacles the Lord has to face, right? And he has to vanquish so many demons in the quest to reach Mother Sita. So reversals in life, right, is something that all of us encounter. But these reversals become an impetus for us to get closer to the Lord. Just like Kunti Devi is praying, right? Vipada santu tat sarvas tatta tatta jagat guru. Bhavato darshanam yatsat apunar bhava darshanam. Kunti Devi is praying, how much ever difficulties you pose on me, Krishna, I'm welcoming those difficulties because they give me an opportunity to come closer to you. So Lord Rama also had this vision. Though he had so many difficulties, he was ready to vanquish all these difficulties so that he could achieve the purpose for which he is incarnated. What is the purpose for which he is incarnated? To destroy the demons and deliver the devotees. So this is a very, very important aspect. This is the same thing Krishna says in the Bhagavad Gita also. Matas parasastu kaunteya sito ushna sukha dukhadha. Agama paina anityascha tam titikshva bharata. You have to tolerate happiness and distress just like how you tolerate the summer and winter seasons. So this aspect of what Krishna spoke in the Bhagavad Gita, Lord Rama lived it by example and showed it to all of us. So that even as devotees, like the Pandavas, aho kashtam, aho anyayam. This is the description that is given in the Srimad Bhagavatam. Aho kashtam, aho anyayam. How many difficulties, how much of trouble did the Pandavas undergo? You see this particular verse, a very interesting verse. If you go to the Bhagavatam, it is mentioned. Aho kashtam, aho anyayam, yadyuyam dharmanandanaha, jivitam narhata klishtam, vipra dharma achyutashraya. This is spoken by Bhishma Dev. Bhishma Dev said, oh, what terrible sufferings and what terrible injustice you good souls suffer for being the sons of religion personified. He's talking about the Pandavas. You did not deserve to remain alive under these tribulations, yet you were protected by the Brahmanas, God and religion. You see, so much of tribulation the Pandavas had to undergo, right? But It is mentioned that the Pandavas were saved because of three things. What are those three things? Vipra. Vipra means what? Devotees, Brahmanas. Dharma. What is Dharma? The path of religion. And Achyuta Ashraya. Achyuta Ashraya means Krishna. Achyuta is who? Krishna. So, even though we may face so many difficulties in life, if we take shelter of these three things, what are those three things? The association of devotees. If you are always protected by devotees, if you're always protected by dharma, the path that the acharyas have asked us to follow, if we continue chanting 16 rounds, following the principles, right? This is dharma. The highest dharma is what? Bhakti, right? So if we follow if we follow the path of bhakti, if we take shelter of devotees, and then if we take shelter of Achyuta Sharya through this process, then we can remain alive in spite of so many tribulations that we may face. So this is the lesson that Bhishma Dev is giving to us. He's saying, Aho kashtam, aho anyayam. Oh, what difficult, what terrible sufferings, what terrible injustice. Nobody can correlate the difficulties that the Pandavas underwent. So much suffering. Their children get killed, right? Nobody is surviving, right? Except for Parikshit Maharaj, everybody is killed. So much so that Krishna's own sister Subhadra, her son also gets killed. Right? All this is happening, right? But Bhishma Dev is saying, you do not deserve to remain alive under this tribulation. Yet you were protected by Brahmana, God, and religion. That's why this Vipra, Dharma, and Achyuta Ashraya. These three things is what will protect us in all circumstances. And Lord Rama, when he was actually in this world, when he actually performed his pastimes, he also took shelter of these three things. Right? He was always in the association of saintly personalities. Right? And then he always followed the path of Dharma. Of course, Achyuta Ashraya, the Lord himself is Achyuta. Right? This is how we can understand and a very important lesson from the Ramayana in terms of how we should have a vision to reversals in life. Then, the next important point, attention in bhakti. We keep talking about this point of attention, inattention, and we've spoken a lot about it, right? In terms of how we should perform our devotional activities with attention. Now, you see, there are two examples in the Ramayana. If you remember, if you've gone over the pastimes in the Ramayana, you know how the Ayodhya Vasis, they were actually running after Lord Rama. When Lord Rama was leaving Ayodhya and on his way to the forest, the Ayodhya Vasis were running after Lord Rama so that they wanted to stop Lord Rama from going to the forest. But what Lord Rama did, Lord Rama thought it was very difficult to go to the forest, right? The Ayodhya Vasis will not allow them to go to the forest. So, while the Ayodhya Vasis were resting that night, Lord Rama left their association. So, what this means is, when we are inattentive, when we are lazy, when we sleep, right, then what happens? The Lord leaves our association, right? Now, contrary to this, if you see Lakshmana, it is mentioned in the Valmiki Ramayana that Lakshmana never slept for the entire 14 years, right? And he was always constantly serving Lord Rama. Only after Lord Rama went to sleep, if there was some time, Lakshmana used to take rest. So Lakshmana paid attention to the service that he was rendering to Lord Rama. And that is why Lakshmana's attempt to please Lord Rama was successful, whereas the Ayodhya Vasi's attempt to please Lord Rama was not successful, right? So attention in bhakti is another very important lesson. Then, the Lord is a real proprietor, right? So it is mentioned in the 5th chapter, verse number 29. We all know this very important verse. Bhoktaram Yagnatapasam Sarvaloka Maheshwaram Suhridam Sarvabhutanam Nyatva Shantimam Vichati. So in this particular verse, it is said that Krishna is the Bhokta, the supreme enjoyer. Now, the Lord is the real proprietor of the universe. This was exemplified by Bharat, who was the brother of Lord Rama. What did Bharata do? Bharata, when he was given the kingdom to rule, what did Bharata do? He did not rule the kingdom. He ruled it on behalf of Lord Rama, right? He still installed, within his mind, he installed Lord Rama as the king, and he was carrying out the duties of what a king should perform. So Bharata's example exemplifies the fact that the Lord is the real proprietor of the universe. And Bharata's mood is what we should always incorporate in our mind. We should never think that we are the proprietor of everything. Any service that we do, anything that we do for the Lord, or any activity that we do in this material world, when we do it on behalf of the Lord, right, that gives us real happiness. the last 5 lessons, right? Bhakti cannot be achieved by deception. What did Ravana try to do? Ravana tried to kidnap Mother Sita. But what happened? That was short-lived. He thought he can get access to Mother Sita. He can get access to the goddess of fortune through deceptive means, through shortcuts. That's not possible. Same thing applies to bhakti. Sometimes when we practice bhakti, we want to take some shortcuts. Prabhu, what I'll do is I'll only chant so many rounds, Prabhu. I'll probably not follow all these principles. Let me do what I can do. Let me do things which suits me. And let me not do things which will suit the mission of Prabhupada and Krishna. So through these shortcuts, if we try to achieve bhakti, that will be short-lived. For some time, we'll see some success, but we will not be able to continue in that path for a very long time. So Ravana's episode of trying to kidnap the goddess of fortune clearly reveals to us that you cannot achieve the goddess of fortune by deception. Only through the instructions of an acharya can you actually get access to the goddess of fortune, like how Hanuman did. Hanuman took the permission of Lord Rama and visited Mother Sita, and he was blessed by Mother Sita, right? So that's another important lesson. The next one, which is very interesting, Maya knows our weaknesses. Very, very interesting point. Now, as much as we all have strengths, we also have weaknesses. Now, if you take the example of what happened to Sita Devi in the Ramayana, Sita Devi was compassionate to the Brahmana who was coming to visit her. She had so much compassion that she even disobeyed the order of a devotee of Lord Rama. Right? Lakshmana was trying to protect Sita Devi. But what did Sita Devi do? Because she said, no, serving the Brahmana is very important. How can you stop me from serving the Brahmana? That is a very compassionate activity. So that activity, Sita Devi was inclined to do. And because she was inclined to do that activity, what happened? She disobeyed the orders of Lakshmana, who was a great devotee of the Lord. So you see how Maya uses our strength as a weakness. The same thing happened to Bharat Maharaj. When Bharat Maharaj was a great devotee and he retired to the forest, right? What happened to Bharat Maharaj? The one quality that Bharat Maharaj had was compassion. And what did he do? He misused that compassion and misplaced it on a deer. And because he misplaced that compassion on a deer, Maya used his compassion, used his strength as a weakness, and that led to his fall down. So in devotional life, we should be extremely careful about our strengths. We should never get overwhelmed by our strengths. Right? Sometimes we've seen practically, and Prabhu knows this, no better than Prabhu knows this. Sometimes devotees come to the temple, right? They are very good at doing some service. Right? What happens? After doing that service for some time, they think that they know that service very well. Wow, now let's use this opportunity to do this service elsewhere and earn some money. Right? So that strength that we have, which is to be used in Krishna service, Maya is using that strength and converting that strength as a weakness. You see how much careful we should be, even if we have strengths and we use it in Krishna service. Any strength that we have, we should use it in Krishna service. If we try and use it elsewhere, or if we try and become proud about it, then Maya knows how to use that strength as our weakness. Okay. Very, very important point. That's why we should always never disobey the orders of devotees, right? Try and be in that circle of devotees. In Sita Devi, she was trying to use her compassion and override Lakshman's authority. And that led to her being, kidnapped by Ravana. So very, very important aspect. And then the next lesson is Jatayu's integrity. So whether in death, whether in life, whether in living or dying, a devotee is always after the pleasure of the Lord. This is something that we all know, right? Jatayu, for him, it was important to please the Lord. It was not important whether he will die pleasing the Lord or he will live pleasing the Lord, right? That's why any activity done in devotional service, Yaktvam, this particular verse, right? 1:5:17. Go to this verse very quickly. No, this one, the verse before this. Tyaktvam sadharmam. Tyaksva sadharmam charnambujam harer bhajan nabakpota patet tato yadi. Yatrakpa vidabram babadram abu damushyakim kovarta apto bhajatam swadharmataha. One who has forsaken his material occupations to engage in the devotional service of the Lord may sometimes fall down while in an immature stage, yet there is no danger of being unsuccessful. On the other hand, a non-devotee, though fully engaged in occupational duties, does not gain anything. So, sometimes when we take this path of devotion, right, we may have fall downs, we may have various aspects that may not work our way, but there is no danger of being unsuccessful. Right. So that's how we should embrace this path of devotion. Right. The last two important lessons before we conclude the session. One is patience, determination, and enthusiasm. So very often this question comes to us. It is said in the Chaitanya Charitamrita that one should be greedy. Right. If you have to obtain Krishna, you have to be greedy. Right. Laulyam, this particular phrase, laulyam, is used. That means we should always be greedy to serve Krishna. But Rupa Goswami also mentions that one has to be patient, right? Determined to receive the mercy of Krishna. How can one be greedy and patient at the same time? Very difficult, right? Very interesting combination. You have to be greedy and you also have to be patient. So the example, the greatest example that we can find in the Ramayana is Shabari. Now Shabari, the story of Shabari, as all of you know, some of you might know, Shabari's guru was Matanga Muni. And this Matanga Muni and his disciples stayed in an ashram, right? And Shabari used to do very menial service in that ashram. And she used to please Matanga Muni and his disciples. And in this way, she got the blessings of Matanga Muni and his disciples. So Shabari, while she got these blessings, Matanga Muni blessed Shabari that very soon you will have the darshan of Lord Rama, right? Because your service attitude is so nice, Lord Rama will pass through this ashram and give you darshan. And after he gives you darshan, you can come back to the spiritual world. Saying this, Matanga Muni and his disciples, they went back to the spiritual world. But Shabari had to wait patiently to take the darshan of Lord Rama. It is said that every day Shabari used to decorate the ashram and put all festoons and beautiful decorations to the ashram, thinking that Lord Rama will come today. So she used to do this repeatedly for so many days, right? And then finally one day Lord Rama appeared and gave darshan. And that's when Shabari, what she ate, she shared it with Lord Rama. And by the association of Lord Rama, she attained the spiritual world. So in this example of Shabari, we can very beautifully see that if you have faith in the words of the spiritual master, if you are greedy to serve the Lord, every day you are serving the Lord with all your might. You're greedy. At the same time, you're also patient to receive the mercy through the Guru. That is a perfect example by which a devotee can make progress while remembering the Lord. And Shabari was a great example. So patience, determination, and enthusiasm is three very important qualities of a devotee. The last is about simplicity and humility. You see this very beautiful character of Vibhishana in the Ramayana. Vibhishana, like Prahlad Maharaj, right, was in the midst of so many difficulties. The entire Lanka, there was not even one devotee other than Vibhishana. It is mentioned that Vibhishana used to worship Lord Rama secretly. Because if Ravana came to know that Vibhishana is worshipping Rama, then he'll be in great difficulty. This is something that all of us can relate. A lot of you here, right? I'm sure your parents are opposing, right, for your practice of devotion. Or the elderly members are not very happy with how you're doing your bhakti. Now, Vibhishana was in a similar situation. At least, we have 2 or 3 people to handle. Vibhishana was filled, Vibhishana's assembly, the entire Lanka was filled with demons. And despite this, Vibhishana practiced bhakti secretly. And what was the result of that? Very soon he had the darshan of Lord Rama. So if we practice our bhakti with simplicity and humility, right? Not with lot of pomp and show of pride, then very soon we can also get the association of the Lord. So sometimes as aspiring devotees, we all have our challenges in practicing bhakti. We should take the example of Vibhishan. We should practice with all our might, in spite of having so many, demonic people around us. If only we can imbibe this quality of Vibhishan by practicing to the extent that we can, and awaiting the Lord's mercy, very soon that will get manifest in the form of a devotee coming into our lives, like Hanuman, and recommending us to Lord Rama. Right? So this is the power of simplicity and humility. So I'll end the discussion here. So these are some of the practical lessons from the Ramayana. There are more such lessons that we can talk about, but for paucity of time, we will stop here. Thank you very much for your patient hearing through this hour and a half, right, where we discussed about the glories of the holy name of Lord Rama, and we also talked about some practical lessons from the Ramayana. Sita Ram Lakshman Bhakta Hanuman ki Jai, Jagat Prabhupada ki Jai.
Jai. Thank you so much, Prabhu, for your very nice, presentation. The PDF, if you could share it with me, then I can share it along with all the devotees in the Vaishnava Sangha group as well. So that can also be useful. And thank you once again, Prabhu, for your time. I know you're very busy, but thank you for coming and for all the points, especially on what we can learn from Ramayana, and also about this simple attitude and attention while doing devotional service, and also the interesting point about even the Yavanas who are chanting Haram and Namabash, and how it's different from Namaprad and that helpless mood. So they were all very, very nice. So I'm sure all the devotees really, really appreciated and liked this as well. So thank you once again, Prabhu, for your time and association. So now over to His Grace Prahlad Prabhu for the concluding speech. So Prabhu, if you're... Yes, Prabhu.
Thank you for engaging me in the service of Srila Prabhupada and all the devotees. That's very important, right? So thank you very much.
I was just doing as Prahlad Prabhu instructed. So thank you, Prabhu. Hare Krishna. Jai Srila Prabhupada.
Hare Krishna, Prabhu. Dhanavad Pranam, Maulish Prabhupada. Wonderful session again, Prabhu. As usual. Yes. A little caught up today with some other service. That's why I could not attend your session fully.
No problem. Absolutely fine. My pleasure.
It was a wonderful session, Prabhu. So as he said, if you can share the PPT.
Yeah, I'll share this PPT. And then
you put a lot of efforts by preparing this PPT. Wow.
So, Prabhu, I prepared this for our own session here, right? So, reuse the same presentation, right? So, some of this, I prepared this slide for one of our, there was this house program that happened in Vignesh Prabhu's house. So, we used the same presentation. And then Sai Karthi Prabhu wanted me to add some lessons from Ramayana. So, that's something that I added after that. So,
Very well. I think nothing to conclude. Prabhu already concluded very well. Grandharaj Srimad Bhagavatam ki jai. Prabhu explained everything very nicely, detailed. From Srimad Bhagavatam.
Anything, Prabhu, from your side that you want to, highlight that I probably missed out, feel free to do, Prabhu.
Actually, I did not hear the complete thing, so I cannot say what you missed out or something like that. So, because I joined halfway through, but it was very nice. One thing I can remember is the austerity of Bharat that was often, missed out, because, Ramayana, everybody speaks only about Ram and Sita. So the austerity of Lakshman and Bharat is not much spoken. So what I was reading is that after Lord Ramachandra, he left Ayodhya and he went to Vanvas until he came back, and Bharat Maharaj, the brother of Bharata, the brother of Lord Rama, he soaked few barley grains and cow urine, and he was eating only that for the whole 13 years. He was eating only some few barleys, and it was soaked in that cow urine, and he was eating only that thing. Just imagine how much of love and loyalty and affection he has for his brother, right? And we also speak about the austerity of Lakshman for his own brother, but we don't speak about the austerity of Lakshman's wife, right? Lakshman is, Rama is Lakshman's brother, so Lakshman went along with Rama, for helping his brother. That makes sense, but why, Lakshman's wife must go through the austerity of, missing her husband for many years. So these are actually normally missed out because there are so many things to. Prabhu, can you mute? Echoing. There are actually so many things, like in Ramayana we are seeing. So these things are. Just imagine Lakshman's wife. Do you know her name, Prabhu? I don't know actually. I don't know the name of Lakshman's wife.
Mandavi.
Mandavi.
Yeah.
Yeah, she was waiting for Lakshman and so many years. Just a minute, Hare Krishna, Prabhu. Yeah. Yeah, I'm the meeting. Yeah, tell me. Yeah. Prabhu, can you just carry on 2 minutes over and I'll come back? Just 2 minutes. I'm here only. Yes.
So Lakshman's wife was Urmila, Bharat's wife was Mandavi. So Urmila was the name of Lakshman's wife, and Bharat's wife was Mandavi. And I think Shatrughan's wife was Sudikirti. So 4 brothers, they had 4 wives, right? Sita, Urmila, Mandavi, and Sudikirti. So I think Prabhu made a very interesting point. Actually, Urmila's sacrifice was very high because she had to forsake the association of her husband for almost 14 years. Not an ordinary thing. And why Lakshman? Can anybody say why Lakshman did not take his wife? Urmila. You can guess.
So that he can focus on the service to Lord Rama.
Correct. That was the real reason. Actually, you're right. So that he can focus exclusively on the service of Lord Rama. Because it was also difficult. He didn't want his wife to undergo the same austerity that he was undergoing. He had extreme austerity that he had to undergo. And if Urmila had to come along with Lakshman, because Lakshmana was in a servitor mode, Urmila will also have to undergo the same austerity. If Lakshmana is not sleeping, how can Urmila sleep? Right? So that is the reason why Lakshman did not want to take Urmila along with him when he went to the forest. Yeah, the reason. See, actually, when all these personalities, when we read about these personalities, they are partners, they are life, they're spouses, right? The Matajis, they also underwent severe austerity. Like when Chaitanya Mahaprabhu took sannyas, Vishnupriya Mataji, right? Vishnupriya Devi was the better half of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. She also underwent so many austerities. She would never eat. She used to, if you go to Vishnupriya, the temple today, even closer to Mayapur, I forget the name of the temple. There it is, she underwent severe austerity where she used to eat, how many rounds she used to chant, she used to eat so many grains. So if, like, for example, she's chanting Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare, she used to take 16 grains and then she used to eat. This is the kind of austerity she maintained. When Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was not present. So all these great personalities, their wives, they also underwent very, very high-grade austerities. They were not ordinary women. They were great personalities. Carry on, bro.
Yeah, sorry. What are you saying, bro? You completed the topic?
No, the same topic, revolving around the same topic. I was talking about her name is Urmila. Lakshmana's wife is Urmila. Bharat's wife name is Mandavi.
Pandavi. So I'm not very familiar in Ramayana story, but yeah, Lord Rama's pastime is very much dear to many of the people because Rama like family life. We are against that. Rama is a good father, and then good son, and then good husband, and a good king. He is good everything, and we are bad everything. Devotees leave the family and join the temples, and right, we are advising everyone to like ena tena prakarena manakrishya nivedita. We work on that principle. You do whatever you want. Some more other engage your mind in Krishna service. Like we follow Krishna. So many people, if you see anywhere, you see people, North Indians especially, are fond of Rama very much. So he's called as Maryada Purushottam. He is demanding the respect of everybody. He has only one wife, and then whereas Krishna has 16,108 wives. So Krishna's pastimes are very, very inconceivable. Rama's pastimes also, no doubt about that. So yeah, I mean, I think Prabhu pretty much covered all the things. So I wish all of you happy Ramanavami, and yeah, so there are so many things we can learn. Especially I like the part of Bharat in Ramayana that always reminds me how the austerity is very important. As you see in Srimad Bhagavatam, right? Those whose austerity is very meager and they cannot obtain the devotional service. They cannot get the service of the pure devotees. So the austerity is very important. Tapodivyam putrakayena sattvam tasmat sudhyet brahma saugyam tunantam. So without tapasya, without austerity, we cannot obtain devotional service. You can get anything in the world. You can get anything in the world. You can even get the opulences. You can even get the devotional opulences. Everything is possible, but what you cannot get is devotional service. Devotional service at the feet of the Vaishnavas, that is very, very rare to get. And that is possible only by doing austerity. How Bharat was doing austerity, how Sita was doing austerity, how Lakshmana was doing austerity. Lakshmana did not even sleep for, 13 years, right? He was always guarding Sita and Ram. He did not even sleep. So that is austerity of Lakshman. And like Vibhishan, he got the bad name of betraying his own race and then joining the hands of Lord Ram. And then see, everybody went through so many austerities to serve the Lord. So on this special occasion, we seek the blessings of His grace, His divine grace, Srila Prabhupada, to grant us pure devotional service so that we can understand the value of devotional service and we can engage in devotional service with a lot of austerities, right? So I think I stop here. So those who want to ask any questions, I think you didn't ask any questions to Prabhu. If you want something, you can. If you have any questions on Prabhu's session, you can ask him.
Prabhu, I have a question.
Yes, to Prabhu or to me?
Prabhu.
Yes.
If I am unable to answer, I will pass the baton to Prabhu. Yes, please go ahead.
Prabhu, there was this verse, I forgot it, that in TC Antya, you mentioned about imperfect chanting versus offensive chanting. Could you elaborate the difference? I got confused over that.
Yeah, the difference between inattentive and improper chanting, correct? That is the difference.
Yes, Prabhu.
Yeah. So improper chanting means sometimes what happens is when you chant, the pronunciation may not be correct, or the method or the rules and regulations that you follow for chanting may not be up to the mark. Like how Ajamila shouted for Narayana's name, right? Addressing the sun. Or how the Yavanas, when they pronounce Harama, it is an expression, which is not entirely in line with how the parampara usually says that you should, say a certain mantra. That is improper. So inattentive means, or offensive chanting means, you are not following the 10 offenses. You're not avoiding the 10 offenses that you have to avoid when you're chanting the holy name of the Lord, right? So that's the difference between improper and offensive chanting. Of course, improper chanting in this context, you should also look at it from this perspective, that person is not chanting improperly knowing that it is improper, right? His intent is something else, right? But he's not committing any offenses. He's not chanting the names to avoid some sinful reactions, right? In fact, he's chanting with full attention because when he's uttering harama or something, he's giving attention to that, right? But his intent is not to minimize the holy name of the Lord. So that is how you distinguish improper chanting with offensive chanting. So in that particular explanation, Haridas Thakur is saying that improper chanting is more potent than offensive chanting, because improper chanting, the stage of it is in the stage of namabas and not in the stage of namaparad. So higher than namaparad is namabas and higher than namabas is shuddhanam, right? So progressively it is better. Of course, the intent is also something that has to be factored. Not that okay, if I know something, if improper chanting is better, okay, let me only chant half a stanza of the Hare Krishna mantra, because you are saying improper chanting is better. Let me do that. If that is better than Namprad. I think so. The intent should also be kept in mind when we appreciate that statement by Haridas Thakur. Is that clear, Prabhu?
Yes, Prabhu. Prabhu, can I also ask one more question?
Yes.
Prabhu, it's been 3 weeks since we had the session where you mentioned about attentive chanting. I've been doing it as much as I can. Am I supposed to, while hearing, feel something, or is there some sort of symptom I have to await, or simply hearing? Because I am chanting attentively, but not as much. But is there something I have to await? That's my query over here.
Actually, in this purport, I think I mentioned this particular purport, right? So if you go to this purport by Prabhupada, actually he talks about how is this one? This is the next verse, sorry. It's 1:26. Yeah. So here Prabhupada says, there is not the least exaggeration in the statement. Actually, the Lord's holy name has such powerful potency. But there is
Prabhu, are you sharing your screen?
Oh, sorry. I'm not sharing my screen. I'm not. Sorry. You can see my screen now? Give me a second. Can you see, Prabhu?
Yes,
Yeah.
Prabhu.
Yes,
So
Prabhu.
here you see this particular verse, 1826. Janma Ishwarya Shuddha Shribi Redamana Madapuman Naiva Harati Abhidatumbai Twam Akinchana Gocharam. So this particular translation, if you see, it says that trying to improve himself with respectable parentage, opulence, high education, but cannot approach you with a sincere feeling, right? This particular translation. Here, proper in this purport, if you see, he talks about feeling. He says, there is not the least exaggeration of the statement. Actually, the Lord's holy name has such powerful potency. But there is a quality to such utterances also. It depends on the quality of feeling. A helpless man can feelingly utter the holy name of the Lord, whereas a man who utters the same holy name in great material satisfaction cannot be so sincere. Right? So, Prabhupada talks about a quality to such utterances, and he says it depends on the quality of feeling. So, when you chant Krishna's names, when you hear Krishna's names, it is actually okay to feel. The quality of feeling does matter. And what can be the simplest quality of feeling, right? That Krishna is actually appearing every time I chant. And when I hear Krishna's name, I'm associating with that. That's all. That with that feeling, if we chant, then our chanting and hearing, the quality of your chanting and hearing will improve. See, every time you're chanting Krishna's names, what is happening? Krishna is appearing before you. Kali Kale Nama Rupe, Krishna Avatar. Krishna Avatar is getting manifested when you chant Krishna's names. And when you hear that name, you're associating with Krishna. Right? So if that feeling is there when we chant, right? That feeling is not you thinking about it, but that's a feeling that you're feeling the presence of the Lord when you chant, right? It's actually conducive to chant and hear. So that's why Prabhupada says it depends on the quality of feeling. The quality of feeling is important for the quality to uttering the holy name of the Lord. Of course, you should not develop feelings which are inconsistent with the Shastras, right? We do not do that. The simplest feeling we can develop is Kali Kale Nama Rupe Krishna Avatar. So just like this example is given, right? When Krishna married 16,108 wives, to each of those wives, Krishna was personally present. Right? And when Narada Muni saw this beautiful darshan, he was overwhelmed. Oh, how is it possible that the same Supreme Personality of Godhead is present with 16,108 different goddesses of fortune, and he's exchanging different reciprocations with them. So this is possible for Krishna. So every person who chants Krishna's names, Krishna personally appears for that person only. So when you are chanting Krishna, when you say Kali Kale Namarupe Krishna Avatar, it doesn't mean that Krishna is appearing for somebody. No, personally for each person who chants Krishna's names, right? The Lord appears. And if that feeling is imbibed in our chanting, it will improve the quality of our chanting. And a day will come when these feelings will naturally manifest. We don't have to even attempt to bring this feeling into context. Right? That's why chanting and hearing is the prime aspect that we should keep in mind. But with the feeling that Krishna is personally present when I'm chanting, improves the mood with which we can chant. Just like how a hungry person, a helpless man, supposing you're in a helpless condition, what happens? You're able to chant Krishna's names well, right? That's why the Acharya says, always consider you're in a helpless situation. If we always consider that we are in a helpless situation, then naturally we will be able to utter the holy name with quality. Actually, we are all in a helpless situation already, right? Our days are counted. We never know when death will come, right? So actually, we are all in a helpless situation. So Prabhupada is saying a helpless man can feelingly utter the holy name of the Lord, whereas a man who utters the same holy name in great satisfaction cannot be so sincere. So if we have to bring sincerity to our chanting, we should also feel helpless. So feeling helpless is actually a good feeling that will help us improve our quality of chanting, and that's what Prabhupada mentioned. Does it help, Prabhu?
Yes, Prabhu. Thank you very much for your words, Prabhu.
Thank
Hare
you.
Krishna. Jai Shri Prabhupada.
Jai Shri Prabhupada. Else anybody has?
Any other question everybody has?
Prabhu, can I ask a question about chanting?
Yes.
Prabhu, so when we ask other people to chant, to what extent can we tell the effects of chanting, Prabhu? Like, can we tell them that it brings material benefits as well, because some people are attracted to material benefits when they're initially chanting?
Actually, and maybe Prahlad Prabhu, you can add to this. Actually, when you chant Krishna's names, right, you, without even asking for material benefits, all benefits are made available, right? So, to convince people to chant, right, it is not actually wrong to let them know that there will be benefits that will accrue by chanting, right? Now, how these benefits will accrue, at what point in time it will accrue, those are things that we should leave to the chanter to decide. See, like for example, right, when we come to the Hare Krishna, when we come to the Krishna consciousness movement, what do they tell us? They tell us, Prabhu, just chant. Nothing you have to do, Prabhu. What is our preaching? When you started interacting with Prahlad Prabhu, what did Prahlad Prabhu tell you? He spoke the greatest. He spoke one of this is called transcendental cheating, right? What do? We say, you just have to chant, nothing else you have to do, right? But then what happens after you start chanting? You say, no, you should not chant one round, you should chant 16 rounds. Then what happens? Prabhu, you have to follow 4 principles. Then what happens? Prabhu, you have to take Diksha. Then what happens? You have to dedicate your life. So it all started with telling that person, just chant Krishna's names. Where did it lead to? To surrendering ourselves to the Lord, right? This is called transcendental cheating, right? And Prabhupada used this very effectively, right? To convince all of us that we should surrender ourselves to Krishna. So some of these baits, these initial words that we use to attract people to chant, we can do that. As long as the intent is to convince that person to become a devotee. See, the intention is what matters finally in some of these things. If our intent is, no, to make that person materially puffed up, to make that person materially successful, then we should be careful about using such statements. But if our intent is to bring that person closer to Krishna, some of these techniques are still okay. Prahlad Prabhu, feel free to add. You can probably.
Actually, it is not a cheating, because whatever we say is right. We just say you just need to chant Hare Krishna, and that's the only thing he has to do. Rest all things done by the Nama itself.
Correct.
Okay.
That is true. Rest all the things done by the Nama itself.
The Nama itself does all these things. When you start chanting Hare Krishna mantra, the Nama purifies you. Because of that purity, then you get different kind of reactions. So, as we say, you just chant Hare Krishna mantra, and nothing else you have to do. Everything that Nama will take care.
All that other transcendental aspects, Nama will take care.
The more and more you get purified by your chanting, the more and more you become detached. That is actually the Gauranga Bolite Habe. I think that song. He says, Ara kabe nitai chandar corona hoibe samsara bhashana kabe tucha habe. So to test whether he got the mercy of Lord Nityananda, the test is that how much he got distaste for this material enjoyment. Samsara bhasana kabe tucha habe. So that is done by the holy name. So again, just like this, when someone go for book distribution and they ask me, Prabhu, how to preach him or how to make him a devotee, I just say that to convert someone mediator into devotee, only Vishnu Shakti can do. But without Vishnu Shakti, we cannot do that. So our job is to not to convert a person to a devotee or nothing like that. Our job is to give him Prabhupada book and make him chant Hare Krishna mantra. And that is the only two jobs of ours. And we are not going to talk some philosophy and we cannot even change even TV channel in the house, right? And how to change other person's heart. So
Correct.
that's the power of the holy name. That's the power of the holy name. As
Right.
Prabhu say, the more and more you focus on the holy name and then you hear, and the more purity you get. Otherwise, still no problem. Haridas Thakur, he's saying that even inattentive chanting also has power. It is not useless or something. It will take some, many years or many lives. But still, it is not useless or something. Even that has effectiveness.
In fact, like Prabhupada said, the whole, why I've written so many books? Only to convince people to chant Hare Krishna. That's all.
Yes.
Okay. All these books Prabhupada has written only to convince us to chant Hare Krishna. So, like Prabhu said, that is the best starting point, and then everything.
Yes. Somehow or other, we have to make them Krishna, make them to read Prabhupada books. That's it.
Correct. Absolutely.
That's all. Thank you.
Super. Oh, did that answer your question, Prabhu?
Yes, Prabhu. That has it.
Okay.
Hare Krishna.
Great.
Anything else?
Prabhu, I had a question to Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu. Prabhu, how do you manage your material duties and Krishna consciousness?
Very difficult.
Yes, sir. That's why I asked Prabhu.
It is not so easy, but
he carefully avoided me this time. Last time he asked similar question. He carefully avoided me and asked this to you. He was asking me yesterday, last week, Prabhu, how to choose how to know which ashram I should, take, how to choose the ashram. Then I said that without brahmachari ashram, how we can go to grahastha ashram? There is no choice. So now he's carefully avoiding me and asking you how to balance material life.
No, I am going to answer the same thing differently. That's all. The reality, Prabhu, finally we should come to this point of surrendering to Krishna. See, that is the point. Whichever way you go, right? The end point is the same. The question is whether you want to reach the end point immediately or whether you want to go in circles. Right? See, this concept of Grastha Ashram itself is to finally take shelter of the Lord, whichever way you look at it, right?
Yes, Prabhu.
So, it's actually, there's this one famous phrase I always remember. In fact, I tried writing something about this as an article also. It is called choice is not an option, right? Choice is not an option. Actually, there is no choice for us, right? Sometimes we think we have so many choices. No, Prabhu, I can, do this way, that way. Finally, you have to come to surrender to the Lord, right? Now, these different ashramas are only means to that. In fact, if you see amongst all the 4 ashramas, it is only Grahastha ashram who has some concession for sense gratification. Other 3 ashramas are direct service to the Lord, right? So, balancing material, spiritual, to the extent that you are conscious of the fact that you are trying to render service to the Lord and your material duties become secondary, then it is possible. See, the problem, Prabhu, when you start doing material activities, right, the mind is so untrained that it automatically gets attracted to the material aspect of things and you forget Krishna. See, this forgetfulness of Krishna is the greatest disease, right? And a lot of this is explained in the Madhya 20, right? Where, how a living entity forgets. So, forgetfulness of the Lord immediately manifests when we get attracted to material actors. That's why Lord Brahma himself is praying, "Oh Lord, allow me to create this universe, right? And I shouldn't become overwhelmed by your material energies when I create this universe. Because I'm coming in touch with Maya, it is possible for me to get attracted to the modes of goodness, passion, and ignorance. So help me, save me from this contact with material energy while I'm serving you. Right? So even Brahma is in a position as high as that, is also praying to the Lord that he should not get distracted. So it's a little hard, Prabhu. It's not so easy. That's why you need the mercy of the spiritual master. You need the association of devotees. Like Prabhu mentioned, if you practice brahmacharya very well, then accepting Garastha ashram is slightly easier, right? I didn't take that route. I took a route where I did some element of having association of devotees and all that. It is otherwise it's very hard. When you get into Garastha ashram, if you're not trained your mind well, naturally you will get attracted to your material duties. You may say they are material duties, but you will develop affliction. And then you will reach a stage where you will have to decide, okay, whether I should work any longer, right? Should I reduce the quantum of my involvement in work, right? All that will start coming in. And then finally you will decide, okay, Prabhu, let me work for the temple, right? It's a stage you will finally come to, even if you're a Grastha. So the question before you is whether you want to do it now or you want to do it 20 years later. That's all. Finally, we all have to come to that point of surrendering to Krishna. We have to do full-time service, right, in some form or manner. The question is whether you want to do it now or you want to get distracted by Maya and do it 20 years later or 30 years later, right? Because it's very difficult to balance these things practically, bro. It's not so easy. See, sometimes, many times we've discussed with Bhagavan Kripa Prabhu also. Sometimes we even donate to the temple, right? Whatever we earn, a portion of the earnings, we sometimes give it to the temple. Even when we do that, no, it is very difficult to get that feeling of devotion. Even though you are donating to the temple, when you go to your office, you associate with people who are, who are not devotees, naturally you get deviated. It happens. That's why I said, unless you have the blessings of the spiritual master and you have good association of devotees in your weekends, it's very difficult to keep that battery charged. Now, somehow by the will of providence, you have this work from home and all that, right? That is actually a blessing in disguise. So we don't have to go to the office very frequently. So our association with people, our association with the opposite gender, all this is restricted. Otherwise, it's very hard, Prabhu. It's not easy. You have to be a very advanced devotee where you have to follow every day, get up for Mangalarti, eat only prasadam. If you do all that, right, then maybe you can survive. But otherwise, it's not easy to balance both of these aspects. Right? Yeah, so that's my honest response. Maybe if there is a group of Grastha devotees, I'll speak differently.
You see here, Prabhu, you see, there are so many brahmachari preachers around the world, but it is very rare to find a serious Grastha devotee.
Yeah, he's right.
You just see yourself, and you just see there are so many brahmacharis, and then like sannyasis, they are propagating Krishna consciousness and preaching sincerely. But of course, there are many married devotees are there, but the grahastha means someone equal to brahmachari. That is very rare to see. The preaching spirit, like Vishwambar Prabhu is there, even Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu is there. It is not a very common sight to see. Just you can just count with your finger, because the moment you enter into this grahastha or married life, I can say, because grahastha is a very, very high term, very, very, grahastha is equal to sannyas. Don't think grahastha means you got a wife and child. It is grahastha. Grahastha is not so cheap like that. Grahastha is equal to sannyas. And just that you have a wife. Just that a brahmachari doesn't have a wife, a grahastha has a wife. Otherwise, no different. That is actually a grahastha. And that is not just because you have wife and kids, you are grahastha. Not like that. Grahastha is a very, very high terminology. It's called ashrama. Ashrama means difficulty. Ashrama means no difficulty. A grahastha should not have, the married man should not have any difficulty. That is grahastha. And we normally think what? Married life is better because there is some safety, right? What if I fall down? If I want to fall down, my wife is there. We can fall down together, right? That is, that even I was thinking like that, when I was of your age, or may not be your age, maybe about Ajay Prabhu age, 24, 25. Even I was thinking of the same thing. I think married life is better. I have some flexibility is there. Some, after getting married, I know it is all wrong. It is highly impossible. Suppose you want to go temple today, right? Like Ati or whoever, they want to come, they just take the bag and come. But if you are married, you cannot decide like that. You have to get permission from your wife, and then your children, and then from father-in-law, mother-in-law, brother-in-law, and then the pet dogs and cats, right? Everything. That's why once you are married, it's very difficult to control so many senses. The brahmachari has only 5 senses to control. The grahastha has so many senses to control. Like you can talk to all of us privately. Shrikant Prabhu is waiting, but he cannot talk now. You can ask him privately, he will tell. He will tell.
He is still hoping against hope.
You cannot even freely express your views,
See, even this particular verse, Prabhu, which we are just showing on the screen now, see, it says a helpless man can feelingly utter the holy name. A materially puffed up person may utter the holy name occasionally, but is incapable of uttering with the name in quality, right? It's what happens to a materialist, right? When you think you have high parentage, good wealth, high education, that's all. Your quality of chanting itself becomes difficult.
Correct. See, more than the question, there are 2 questions here. You are asking how to balance, but my question is why to balance. First, you answer that question, that you get a good answer why to balance. So, suppose if Shrikant Prabhu asks the question, that has sense because he is married. If Kachi Chaitanya Prabhu asks, that matters. When I ask, it has a meaning. But you are not married and you don't finish education yet, and then you are asking how to balance material life. It doesn't make any sense. So you ask the question to yourself first of all, why to balance material life? Why is it required first of all?
Yes, Prabhu.
And if you have to go inside that, then you can ask how to balance. First, ask yourself why you should go into this. What is the need for you to go into this? And if you think that the grahastha life will help you sense control, then you can talk to all the householders and ask them whether grahastha ashram really help to control their senses or not.
I'll tell you, Prabhu, one reason why everybody enters grahastha ashram, right? One very frank reason why everybody enters grahastha ashram is because you want to satisfy your appetite for, sex life, right? That is the main reason why many of the so-called materially inclined people, they enter grahastha ashram. But now, if you see, one of the principles that Prabhupada has mentioned is no illicit sex. Now, what do you mean by no illicit sex? Which means you should not have sex life other than sex life for begetting children, right? And how many children are you going to have? You may maximum have 1 or 2 children, right? To have 2 children, right? To actually have this pleasure or undergo this entire ashram, just to have intercourse for 2 times, right? Do you really want to undergo so much of trouble?
True, Prabhu. Facts.
That is all, right? If you think about it, if you go by the real definition of what is illicit sex, right, the principle, it says you should not, unless you want to beget children, that too Krishna conscious children, right? Krishna conscious children means what? You will beget children, then send them to normal school. In normal school, they'll get association, they will not be able to progress. You have to send them to Gurukul, right? That means you and your wife have to be on the same page. So many aspects, all for 1 or 2 times of intercourse, that pleasure that you will get, that, what is that called? That itching sensation. That's all.
Teaching sensation, yes.
Actually, Prabhu, that's the entire thing for which we are undergoing so much trouble, actually. If we can actually, find a way to control that emotion 2 times or 1 time, right? Depending on the number of children you're going to have, then you can actually be a successful brahmachari. It's all. Otherwise, it's a mess. You beget children, you cannot change the children to Gurukul. You have to send them to normal school. You go to normal school, they cannot become devotees. Right? At the end of the day, neither you become a devotee, nor your Mataji becomes a devotee, your children also don't become devotees. So what is the point of entering Rasashram? At least you could have become a devotee. That also is lost now. 2 other people or 3 other people have also become non-devotees because of you. So if you really want to save this world, Prabhu, become a brahmachari. You can save yourself and you can
Yes.
also save so many others.
Now he's thinking that you all got married. Huh? Now you are advising
How
don't
you're
marry.
saying all this, listen.
Yes,
And
Prabhu.
let
Actually,
me also
not.
get married. Let me also get married. And I also advise the future brahmacharis like that.
You will probably come and give a class like this with some other spiritual name. 20 years later,
Yeah.
Prabhu. And
You
somebody will ask
all,
the same question to you.
like one guy said that if you touch the fire, it will burn your hand. And that he said, you touched yourself. Then you are telling me not to touch. Let me also touch and find out. Then I will tell others. The same advice was given to us also, Prabhu, but we did not listen. When I was thinking, he got married, he's telling not to marry. I was thinking the same thing.
At least, Prabhu, you made an attempt to listen. Whenever such topics were spoken, I used to go away from somewhere. I used to think if I
It
hear
means
these topics,
it means you missed most of the Prabhu's classes. He
correct.
mostly think about only this.
That time, Prabhu, yeah, he used to talk about this, but he never used to go too deep into it. I think later
Oh.
on he got deeper. After I got married, he spoke a lot about this. Yeah. Yeah. That is the
No
challenge.
problem. You can come and join our club and advise future brahmacharis. No problem.
That we can do. At least that
Prabhu,
service we can do.
so Prabhu, what is the current, like, how is the experience now till now, like how?
I'm telling you, my experience is what I'm explaining. See, it's hard because this balancing act that you mentioned, right? Very difficult to balance because you will not know what you should prioritize. See, our priority is spiritual life, right? At least from what you have read from Prabhupada's books. But that priority, many times, you will find it very difficult to balance, right? Sometimes, if you think you want to prioritize spiritual life, you will get a reaction which is exactly opposite to what you thought was right. So you will think, okay, next time, let me, prioritize, let me settle my material problems and then I will do spiritual life, right? You will try doing that, you will get enamored by that and you will get caught there. You will not be able to come out, right? So this constant drive will be there in the mind, right? In terms of what to prioritize, how to satisfy people around you. Instead of thinking about Prabhupada and Krishna, you will think about your Mataji and your children more because you're constantly thinking about how to keep them happy so that they don't disturb your spiritual life, right? So the entire program, it becomes very difficult to manage. Of course, even if your wife becomes a devotee, right, and Prahlad Prabhu will know better on that, even if she becomes a devotee, her maturity in devotion, your maturity in devotion will also be very different.
Some color problem.
Those are also things that you have to manage. Sometimes people say, Prabhu, I'd marry a devotee, Prabhu, all my problems will get solved. That has its own set of problems because her maturity in spiritual life, your maturity in spiritual life. Like, for example, my wife chants the Hare Krishna mantra, not that she doesn't chant, right? My daughter also chants whenever she finds time. But in spite of them chanting and all of that, still that the maturity levels will be very different, right? Their approach to spiritual life or their um, um, determination to progress will be very different from your determination. So to match all of that is extremely hard, Prabhu. It's not so easy. And added to that, today we also have so many institutions, right? Somebody is more inclined to ISKCON, somebody is more inclined to IS game. There's so many other these varieties, these complexities have also come in now, right?
Yes, Prabhu.
It
That's
becomes
true.
very, very difficult. What if your devotee is inclined to a different institution, you are declined to a different institution? How will you balance? It's a very difficult equation. It's not so your mind will get so absorbed in thinking about all these things that your service or your determination to serve Prabhupada's mission will get reduced.
Hmm.
And then you will become a helpless man only. And then you will feelingly utter the holy name of the Lord.
Yes.
That you can do from the very beginning itself.
Yes. Yes.
So that's my experience, bro. So many times I've also thought, when I got married, my experience was, actually you can do both of this well together. You can lead a material life, you can lead a spiritual life, and you can balance it perfectly well. Right? This is the society that Prabhupada has created. This is possible, right? Is this mentality with which we enter. But then when we
Hmm.
get into it,
Yes,
we
bro.
also start, as much as we understood the power of Krishna, we also understand the power of Maya. Right? It becomes a difficult situation. Many times, that's why I'm saying, even if your wife is a devotee, it's not easy because
Yes, bro.
priorities will be different. Her maturity levels will be different. Sometimes a lot of Grasta devotees say, Prabhu, if my wife chants, I'll be happy. That is only one stage. There's probably, instead of calling you 10 bad names, she'll call you 5 bad names. Right? Uh, that much concession you will get. That's all. Doesn't mean that because they chant, it changes
Hmm.
day,
That's true.
overnight. Takes time. Because women have their own inclinations. They're attracted, their intelligence, and Prabhupada has many times mentioned this, right? Intelligence
Yes,
is
yes, bro.
slightly lesser. And why he says that? Why Prabhupada says that? Why it is said Striya Vaishas Tata Stuzas Tebayanti Param Gatim? Because they're naturally inclined to material pleasures.
Hmm.
So it's a difficult ball game. See, in a perfect world, Prabhu, if your wife is as matured as you are matured as your wife, you are made a decision to lead a spiritual life in a certain manner, you decided to get your children educated in Gurukul. If all of this is perfectly agreed, then maybe it is not that Grahastha life is something that is completely ignored in spiritual life. Of course, Prabhupada has many times said, yes, you can also be an ideal Grahastha. But being an ideal Grahastha in today's circumstances is becoming hard, is what I'm trying to say. Maybe 50 years back, women had very different perceptions. We had very different perceptions. Children didn't have too many disturbances at school. Today, if they go to the school, it's very hard for them to practice bhakti. So much of bad association they get. If you can save your child from bad association, that itself means you have become a great father. Forget about even making them a devotee. Right? So, uh, not easy, bro. In today's context, it's become extremely hard. Maybe in our grandfather's time, because people were generally traditional, it was easier. Now it's not easy. So,
Yes, bro.
yeah. So those are some of
What is the role of a wife? What is the reason a woman is getting married? Why Mataji's want to get married? What do you think? Why women want to get married? I mean, devotee women, devotees. I'm not talking about non-devotees. Among the devotees, why Mataji's want to marry?
To do service to the husband, to serve the husband.
But are they doing it after marriage?
Hmm.
Are they doing it? Do you know?
Yes.
They're
Prabhu,
doing
you
it.
have more experience than us, so you can tell us.
Yes,
Oh,
bro. You can tell.
you also can look around. Look around and see around. Which women want husband's guidance? Which women want to listen to husband? Which woman treat the husband as a guru?
yeah, very important.
If you find that kind of wife, you can marry. No problem.
Correct.
And not only that, you should also be qualified guider.
Correct.
See, this verse, I think 5:18:8. Pati nanasya, pita nanasya. What is that?
588, bro.
5:18:8.
588.
Just go to
Oh, sorry.
5:88.
Yeah, it is 558. Sorry, 558.
Not 5:58.
Sorry,
5:18. 5:18.
518. Sorry,
18.
558.
Just go read this one. Read this one. Near Prabhu.
One who cannot deliver his dependence from the path of immediate birth and death should never become a spiritual master, a father, a husband, a mother, or a worshipful demigod.
So you have to develop this quality first. You should know how to liberate your wife and children. That is the first quality. Pati nanasyat. Pati means husband. Nanasyat means don't become. Pita nanasyat. Pita means father. Don't become father if you cannot deliver your children. So, how you learn this? That is called Brahmacharya ashram. Brahmachari Gurukule Vasan Dhanto Guror Hitam. So, you go to the Brahmacharya ashram, then you practice tapasya, and you try to please simply your spiritual master and learn austerity, learn tapasya, and then learn tolerance, learn all these things. Then, after that, you develop the quality. You develop the quality first of all. By doing some college course and then directly getting some campus interview, you don't get qualified to get married. Understand? I got some, like 1 LPA, 2 LPA salary. I can marry now. That is material quality. But spiritually, she is marrying you so that you will guide her. For that, you should know how to guide the wife. When you don't know how to guide the wife and then you get married, you are going to misguide her. That is the first part of it. So, and second part, Matajis want to marry a devotee because after knowing all these things, they don't want to marry a meat eater. They don't want to marry someone who is eating onion garlic. They don't want to marry someone who is, who is telling them not to chant Hare Krishna mantra. But they want some devotee husband. But after marriage, and she should take husband as supreme personality of Godhead. She should treat the husband just like Krishna. Just like how Devahuti was serving Gardama. Like that, the wife must serve the husband. And then she must do the household duties very nicely. Then, even if the husband get angry, she has to tolerate. And then, she has to present herself very nicely before the husband. And, she should be at the husband's service. And then she should be a good mother. So, that species extinct long back along with dinosaurs. Okay, that kind of Matajis doesn't exist anymore. Maybe you can do a time travel and go to Satyayuga, you can try.
Yeah, presently it is hypothetical. The situation is hypothetical. Yes.
Sorry?
No, presently the situation is hypothetical. Like imagine to get a perfect.
Yeah,
It is not. It's not perfect. You cannot get anybody like that. Nobody wants to listen to husband. They want a husband who is chanting Hare Krishna and who is a vegetarian, not eating onion garlic, who can take them for Sunday program. Then come home and follow her instructions. That's that kind of husband servant they need. They don't need a master husband. They need a servant husband. This is the reality. And that's what actually one devotee, one brahmachari trainer, he was saying. Why Matajis want to marry? Matajis want to get married to protect, for their protection. But why you have to give protection? They need protection. That is Shastra. They need protection. But there is no such thing that you must give protection. There is no such thing like that. There is no rule that man must give protection. There is no such thing like that. So first thing, my advice is, I am not telling don't get married. That is not my point. My point is that develop the quality to be husband first. Without that, don't even think about balancing and all those things. First you learn how to control your senses. First learn how to engage in devotional service. Learn how to wake up in the morning. Vacho vekam, manasa krodho vekam, jifa vekam, utaro pasta vekam. Of course, may not be like sannyasi level. At least some extreme, you try to learn all these things. Then you go to it. For that, you need to go to the temple. You cannot be sitting in the house and doing all this. You should go join the temple and be a brahmachari and learn for a few years at least. At least few years. Few years at least. Then after that, if you have to get married, you get married. Then you can survive. Then you can try to survive. That's it. Otherwise, actually, there is no hope.
Yes,
Clear?
I understand. Yeah.
Sorry, I'm here in this meeting today.
Actually, Prabhu's intent is not to discourage you, right? Rather, it is to encourage you.
No, but yeah, it is logical also. What Prabhu said is logical.
It is
actually.
logical.
Yeah, logical. Yes.
So if you get trained very well, then you'll start seeing things in proper perspective. Then you will actually know what is balance. See, today, even to be honest with you, Prabhu, we don't know what is balance. When you're saying you have to balance, right? What to balance, we don't know. Even I didn't know what to balance. I thought balance means okay, you go to office, come back, you do kirtan. That is balance.
Yeah.
But what is balance? To understand that itself, you have to undergo some training.
Yes.
Yeah.
Just like Prabhupada given an example, right? To know, to know the quality of gold, you should know first of all what is gold.
Yeah.
Like when somebody asks Prabhupada, do you realize God? Do you realize Krishna? Do you see Krishna? Then Prabhupada say, how do you conceive the answer? If I say yes, can you understand? If I say no, can you understand? Before you ask a question about feeling Krishna or understanding Krishna, you should know how the feeling looks like. Then Prabhupada given an example. If you want to know about a goal, then if you want to purchase a goal, then know about the goal first. At least how the goal looks like, how to check the quality of the goal. Otherwise, somebody will give you iron and then he will say it is gold and cheat you. They'll say they give a very cheap price gold I'm giving you. It's a black gold, very special gold from Africa. You please take this. They are saying about, like 1 gram, 8,000 rupees. I'm giving 1 kg, 8,000 rupees. You take it. Right? And you'll be cheated this way. So as Prabhu is saying nicely, we don't know, you really don't know what is it. Even same thing, how KC Prabhu was feeling, I was feeling the same thing. Balancing means, balance means marry a devotee girl and have a nice altar in the house. And then husband, wife together wake up in the morning and then, I plug the flower, she will make the garland. I plug the flower, she will make the garland and then my son will ring the bell. My daughter will cut the orange, fruits and then we offer together and then we chant the mantra nicely and then eat and I go to work and come back. I was thinking that is balancing. This actually it is not. It's not about, because when you say I will take care of my wife, it's not only about the body, it's also about the mind, intelligence and also about the soul. Save her from many births and death cycle. The blunt example was given to me by one devotee, in those days to me is that just like someone give ice cream to you in your hand and then tell don't eat the ice cream. How difficult it is. They give ice cream in your hand and then you say you cannot eat. You can eat only when I say. It is something like that. You have a beautiful wife with you and then you say only if you want child you should have sex. Otherwise it is illicit sex. And it is not only about your sense control, even that girl should be self-controlled. Otherwise, she start looking for some other man. Understand? Just like Gardama, Kashyapa, and he say, I don't want to have sex. I don't want to. It's not a time to procreate. It's not the time. And she said, no, I want now. And I say, come on, I'm okay. I'll give you a child, but not now. Let us pass this time, and after this time, I'll give you a child for sure. No, I want now. And you are my husband. You are entitled to fulfill my desires. Whom else I can ask this? Then okay, he said, okay, all right. Then he gave the child, then he gave, then he intercourse with her, then, Hiranyakashipu, Hiranyaksha born. Clear? And it is after marriage, it is not just your senses, your son senses, your daughter senses, and then your wife's senses. It is very hard to control. So, we are not against marriage, as I said before. We are not against marriage. First learn the taste of brahmacharya, and then learn the art of brahmacharya, and then if it is required, a wife is required in your life, you can take with the training. Without training, if you go and you will become grahamedi, not grahastha.
Your grahastha will become avastha.
Okay, you will come for next week, Prabhu?
Yeah, most probably yes. Yes,
come.
I think I'll come.
I doubt, because after all these answers, I thought you may not come next week.
No. So Prabhu, how did you deal now? Means like after you realized that it was so miserable, how did you deal? How do you deal with it? Like now, currently, how you are dealing with it?
COVID time, initially the putting mask was difficult, na? Right? After 10 days, what happened?
Yeah, it becomes a habit.
That's it. You'll get habituated for sure. And there are two kind of people in the world: those who are realizing they're suffering, and others they got used to the suffering. Where everybody is having suffering. You will get used to that after some time. You won't even. That's why it's called passive noise. If there is a fan rotating in your room, first day his sound will feel. After 2 days you don't even feel anything. You don't even feel the fan is there. The passive noise, right? And you will get habituated to this life. But actually, additional burden only.
Yes, Prabhu.
Trinadapi Sunichena, Tarorapi Sakitana. You develop those qualities.
Yes.
Amanina Manadena Kirtaniya Sadari. See, that's one advantage you'll have. This principle you'll be able to follow.
That's true. That's true. Yes.
Don't expect any respect. But give all respect to others. Become tolerant than a tree, more humbler than a blade of grass. All this will happen. That much I can assure you.
So that's the thing. So best is you just go through a training, brahmacharya training, you just join a temple and then serve the temple for at least, you are just very young now, just 20 years old now.
Yes, Prabhu.
19
Just
years
10,
old. Yeah, at least
Yeah.
6, 7 years, 8 years, at least you can practice nice brahmacharya. Then when
Prabhu,
you
actually,
reach
it's like parents are forcing me out. Like they are telling that you should get married like that. So
tomorrow,
not tomorrow, but
day after
after
tomorrow,
few years. After few years.
few
Like maybe
years.
at age of 27, 28, like that. They said
Then
we
why
must
you are
get.
talking about it now? The same thing I am also saying, no.
Hey, come on and go.
I am saying the same thing, right? I am saying the same thing, no? You marry in 27 years old. First you join the temple and you serve.
Yes,
Ah, then 27 years old, you get married. What's the problem? Same thing I am also saying. Because they don't know. They don't know what is
Actually,
actually.
yes, Prabhu.
They don't know. The whole world is going like a sheep. Just like one sheep is going, everything is following the sheep. They don't know. They don't know. Actually, once I asked one parents last week, and why you are sending your children to school? And they say everybody is sending. I was sending. Why? Everybody is going. No, I am also sending my like that. That's why Sukadeva Goswami in second canto, third chapter, he's saying about this. He's the beast not eating and producing semen. There is a verse like that. You know the verse, the thing that it is in second canto, third chapter. So he's saying how everything is working under the supervision of the Lord. Yeah. Just go to 2:3.
18.
You got, bro?
2:3:18.
I'll go, bro. 1 minute.
2:3:18, huh? Yeah, just go to 2:3 and few more verses are there. Just go to 2:3. Just just go to 2:3, not this verse 18. Just 1-2 verses before and after you can see. Just go around 18th verse. And go to 17. Read
right?
from 17. Read from 17. Need Prabhu. From 17 you read.
Yes, Prabhu. Both by rising and by setting, the sun decreases the duration of life of everyone except one who utilizes the time by discussing topics of the all good personality of Godhead.
So in this verse, Sukadeva Goswami explains the importance of the time. And you have no time left out. And very fast, see, honestly, I just feel I just finished my engineering last year. I just feel like that. And it's already 26, at least 16 years gone. 16, 17 years gone. I just feel like not 16, 17, at least 20 years gone. Yeah, 20 years gone.
Yes, Prabhu.
I just feel like I just finished last year. And I cannot accept that I'm getting old. I'm not able to accept that I'm getting old. You see, the time is going like that.
Yes,
So in this particular verse, Sukadeva Goswami explains the point that actually how powerful the time is. Next verse.
Sorry, bro.
I can't see the screen.
1 minute, bro. I don't know what happened. Wait.
Oh, you are sharing the screen, huh?
Yeah. You can see now, bro.
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
Prabhu. Yes, Prabhu. Yeah. Do the trees not live? Do the bellows of the blacksmith not breathe all around us? Do the beasts not eat and discharge semen?
You see here, this is a very important instruction for the human society. And we think that you need legs to hunt your food. You have to run to get your food. And this was Sukadeva Goswami said, do the trees not live? The trees don't have eyes, they have no they have no nose, they have no ears, they don't have mouth, they don't have hands, they don't have legs. Right? But they are living. How they are living? How they get the food? How they protect themselves? They have no limbs, how they protect themselves? How they are living? But they are still living. So that is the mercy of the Lord. But next thing he is saying that, do the bellows of the blacksmith not breathe? The bellows of the blacksmith also looks like a lung, When she pump the air, it will become big. Then it becomes small. Like heart, Like a heart. It functions like that. Heart or liver like that. But does it mean that bellows has the life? No. But the trees doesn't have any such mechanism. But they are living. The bellows have similar mechanism, but they are not living. Then next thing is saying, all around us, do the bees not eat and discharge semen? Just look around yourself. There are birds, there are animals, there are, there are so many, living entities. They are eating and producing kids. They are not going to company and, getting some salary, putting in the bank, and then, they are not working in some top companies. And why we have to think that I need some money, I need some degree, I need some job to protect myself. Look around yourself. Everybody, is happy. At least basic level, they're eating, sleeping, mating, defending, they have sufficiently. And on the contrary, we see that many doctors and engineers, after finishing their salary, after getting nice money, they are not getting married. They are suffering to find life partner. Is it not a fact?
Yes, Prabhu.
Yeah. All the matrimony.com, you see, they cannot find girls. They cannot find matching balls. Right? But the brahmacharis in temple, they have so much demand. Some brahmacharis have 10-15 proposals.
Oh.
Yeah. There are certain brahmachari, they are getting many proposals. And the proposal is in his disposal. He is disposing all, actually, he is throwing all. No, I'm not interested. The brahmachari is having so much demand.
So what Prabhu is saying is, even if you want to get married, brahmachari is a good route.
More demand.
More demand.
Yeah. So what you have to understand is that ultimately it is not your degree, it is not your money, it is not your material opulences. But whatever you are destined to get material in this life is decided by Krishna.
Yes, Prabhu.
Whether you work hard, whether you don't work, all these things, it's decided. How much money you can have, how much money you cannot have, it's all decided. You cannot get more or less with your own hard work.
Yes,
So you should not waste your time thinking that I'm going to finish my degree and get certificate, and then I'm going to get some job and save some money, and that is not the qualification to get married. This is a verse. This is the verse he say. Do the bees not eat and discharge semen? Right? Everybody is producing semen in this world. In fact, they have no fertility center. They are producing much more. They are much more fertile than the human beings, the animals. Right? There are no fertility centers for animal kingdom. They are producing so many children than the human being.
Hare Krishna Prabhu, can I ask something?
Yeah.
Prabhu, I heard the whole conversation. So on this topic of brahmachari, so Prabhu, what is actually going in my life is my college is nearly 2 years more, and after that, yeah, I'm preparing for some job and all. And after that, if I'm not getting that job, and I can prepare for some exam, and I'm only coming home and going college, and they are not directly, but yeah, indirectly, they are also kind of demanding, you have to get a job and get a good marriage because you are only son, this, that. So, and after hearing this, I'm little confused. Actually, what should I do? More
Yeah,
clearly,
mine also sort of same situation.
A 19 years old kid. 19 years old kid. What same situation? Huh? You have so many years to do.
What, Prabhu?
I'm telling Neer Prabhu. He's saying he's
Okay,
in the
okay.
same situation. I'm saying that he's 19 years old kid. He's saying same situation.
19-year-old.
So one practical solution. Should I
Yes, Prabhu. Yes, yes, please.
see one thing, Prabhu? I understand. Some of you are coming from an expectation, right, in terms of the fact that you have to work, right? But it's also
Yes, Prabhu.
difficult for you to seek association. See, one thing you can try doing, right? Try and see if you can at least choose your place of work near the temple, right? That way, you can at least associate with the devotees every weekend, right? Come and spend your Saturdays, Sundays in the temple. That will build that inclination slowly for you to, progress along those lines. Maybe that's a good way by which you can also convince your parents why you are trying.
Yeah, actually, Prabhu, the main thing is that if once we convince a parent, then there's no problem at all.
Sorry?
Is Prabhu, once we convince our parents, then there's no problem at all. If they're convinced about the philosophy, then they won't bring out these topics actually.
That's a very difficult thing to do. See, you can try
No
that. That
chance.
is the ideal state, right? Ideal state is always like Prahlad Prabhu said, right? Ideal state is you should have a dutiful wife, right? But that ideal state you can never reach so easily, right? You can try doing that. I think a more practical way is relocate yourself to a place where you feel, you are able to convince them that you're working, but at the same time, use your weekends to associate with the body, right? And figure out either in Chennai or in Pondicherry, right? You can relocate one of these locations where you feel a greater proximity of getting a job. Then, find time, spend your Saturdays, Sundays at the temple. And I'm sure even Prahlad Prabhu, when he was in Singapore, when we were in Singapore, that's the way we actually came closer to the temple, right? You use your weekends to associate with the temple. And then you spend those 2 days in the temple. You get acquainted with, get a taste of what is spiritual life, what is brahmacharya life. Then that inclination to join the temple will slowly come. I think that's a more practical way of addressing this problem. Because if you think you'll convince your parents and accomplish this, then all the best to you.
And see, to add on to what Prabhu said, you just need to come at least for 3-4 days first before relocating.
Yeah.
You just need to come to a temple. Amit, it's for you also. Amit, for you
Yes,
also. First, you should try to come and stay with the devotees for at least 3-4 days. Then you understand what is temple life. And then, like one devotee, Varun Prabhu, and he told me one class that, Prabhu, I want to become full time. So I told him, he just came for 2 weeks, Istagoshti. He said, I want to join temple full time. I just told him, you just come temple and stay 2 weeks. And then you understand what is temple life. And then,
No, for me, it's not
do it,
possible, I think.
do it.
They
Otherwise,
don't
it's okay.
allow it.
Here also, I told him that way. So unless you come physically, and you will not know what is that full-time life is. You have to really taste it. Then only you will know it is sweet or like sour. You may think it is
just
sour.
like a food. Just like food.
Yes, you have to come and stay, and then just take
Yeah.
on holidays about 3-4 days. And you are from where? You are from? Neer, you are from
So I'm from West Bengal.
West Bengal. Amit, you are from
I'm from Odisha,
Odisha. Odisha, no? Yeah, you can come sometime to the temple and you can stay. Then you can understand. Then you can get a taste of it.
But
It is
Prabhu,
not with my
I only
experience.
want to
With
take
my
a
experience,
holiday.
I tell you. With my experience, I tell you that it's not the parents, it's not the society who can stop your devotional service. It's you. If you are strong, you can be a brahmachari.
Yes.
You can be a married man. If you are strong. If
No,
you are
internally I desire
strong,
this only.
yeah.
But
Sorry.
internally I only desire to work full time if I not have conditions of getting a job or marriage. Like,
Yeah.
because I don't
Internally,
like
internally we are citizens.
desire is increasing in this side.
Yes.
Because from childhood only I am not that attached to these, like enjoying things. I was just like trying to do
Even
both, but
even to express your views strongly, you need association. See, I was actually a very soft guy. I was a very soft guy, and I went to Singapore, and then I was talking to Sundar Gopal Prabhu. Then I learned. Then I got the taste of devotional service, Brahmacharya. Then I learned how to become a little hard, sometimes to express my views very strongly. that also you will learn. When you associate with devotees, then you will learn how to express your views strongly. You see, Bhagavad Gita, chapter 3, verse number 8. You see, Bhagavad Gita, chapter 3, verse number 8, it shows, Niyatam kuru karmatvam, karma jayo hi akarmanaha, sarire yatrapi na praske karmanaha. Read this, Amit, you can read.
Yes, Prabhu. Perform your prescribed duty, for doing so is better than nothing, better than not working. One
So,
cannot even maintain one's physical body without it.
okay, Amit, you can mute your mic. I think somebody is speaking along with you, right? Is
So
it
actually,
from
Prabhu,
your side?
I'm in the road actually. Some noise
Just,
disturbances there. Prabhu.
just mute yourself when you're not talking. But you see here, perform your prescribed duty. That's a very important thing. For the people who gathered here, they cannot be Shudras. Shudras won't be attracted to this meeting. Do you think a Shudras will be attracted to this meeting? Right? All your friends,
No, Prabhu, I don't think.
those, those who want to make money, they are all going for AI technology and then artificial intelligence and then like robotics, and they are going for that kind of
Yes,
meeting.
Yeah,
And
yes,
they are
Prabhu.
simply wasting their life. They are simply wasting their life.
yeah, but even to say they are wasting their life, you should be in the Brahminical platform. If you are a Kshatriya, you
Yes,
could have gone to RSS or like a military or like a police. You should have gone there. And to make money, you should have gone to some like entrepreneurship meetings and all those things. You have come to hear Bhagavatam. So what is your varna? What is your varna?
Brahmana.
Yeah. Unless you are Brahmana, why you come here? I am just telling you, as Krishna says, perform your prescribed duty. What is your prescribed duty? Finishing your engineering degree. Is it?
Preaching the philosophy of Krishna consciousness.
So what are you doing there? Come here now.
Yes, Prabhu.
Correct.
Yes.
Correct.
yes,
If
Prabhu.
you should do your prescribed duty. It is actually Bhagavad Gita, chapter 18, verse number 42 or 41. Mm, it is better instead of doing others' duty, do your own duty. What is it was?
Prabhu, Swadharma, I think.
Mm, 1847, 1847, 1846 and 47.
48, Prabhu.
Both 46, right?
47, 47.
Start from 46 itself. Go to 46 and then 47. 46, Prabhu. Yeah. Read this, Neer Prabhu.
By worship of the Lord, who is the source of all beings and who is all pervading, a man can attain perfection through performing his own work.
So how we get perfection? How we get perfection?
By doing our own work, by performing.
What is your own work?
Krishna consciousness.
No, not Krishna conscious, everybody's work. Your own work is Brahminical. Unless you are Brahminical, why do you get attracted to Bhagavatam? Why do you get attracted to renunciation? Why do you get attracted to Vedas? Right?
Yes,
Right?
Prabhu,
That's
yes,
actually the qualities of Brahmana.
Yes, Prabhu.
So, the next verse, 47. Somebody else want to read 47? Anybody else want to read 47?
It is better to engage in one's own occupation, even though one may perform it imperfectly, than to accept another's occupation and perform it perfectly. Duties
Don't
prescribed
carry on.
Duties prescribed according to one's nature are never affected by sinful reactions.
So don't worry whether you can do the Brahminical duties properly or not, imperfectly or perfectly. Don't worry about that. Don't worry whether you can do Brahmacharya properly or not properly. Don't worry about that. You have to do it. Even imperfectly, and Krishna is clearly saying, by duties performed according to one's nature or never affected by sinful reactions. If you are a Brahmana, why you have to work like a Shudra just to please society? You tell me. Just to please the society, you should become Shudra? Does it make any sense?
No, Prabhu.
Otherwise, why you are getting attracted to this movement? Why are you getting attracted to? See, this movement, anybody get attracted. No, even Shudra can come, even Kshatriya can come, Vaishya can come. But why do you come for this discourse? Why do you come for this confidential pastimes? I mean, confidential knowledge of renunciation. We are not telling you that by coming this course you will get some billionaire or a millionaire. We just tell you give up everything and serve Krishna. If you're getting attracted to this, means you're a Brahmana. You understand? So
Yes,
you
bro.
cannot say that my mother is forcing me, father forcing me. You cannot say like that. Your own duty is to be a Brahmana. And a Brahmana must go through Brahmacharya. You can be a married Brahmana, no problem. You can be a married Brahmana, no problem. I think you can be a married man. We are not against that. First Brahmacharya. After Brahmacharya, then you can go to next level. If you want, you can go to that. You can also avoid it. So Amit, you have to physically come to a temple, stay a few days. The next stage, as Prabhu said, you relocate near to the temple. At least you come to Chennai. At least you come to Chennai. You can come once in a week or something like that. Once in a month, at least you can come. Other time, Chennai also, there are so many congregations, program Prabhu is conducting. You can go for that also. You can do that.
So I'm getting it, but like, I mean, they are not kind of allowing anything. Just you come to home and go to college and like for this thing, like for temple thing, then they will be like they're more opposing. I think they will think that yeah, he will be like joining there and becoming,
No problem. You try what is
and that is
possible.
also too far from it.
No problem. You just try to come sometimes. Clear? Anything else? Prabhu, you want to say something?
No, bro, I think you covered everything. Yeah, whatever is, like you rightly concluded, whatever is practical, right? We have to see according to our circumstances. Very difficult to, advise based on what circumstance you are facing.
Correct.
You have to see what is practical and pray to Prabhupada and Krishna so that Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, so that they can intervene and help you get to this point.
Yes, bro. Yes, bro.
If you're sincere, you will find a way.
Yes.
That's very important. If you're sincere, you will find a way. Somehow you will find
Means
a
we
way.
have to
Yeah.
like do our own bhakti, what to the best possible, and just pray sincerely to get away.
Yeah, you should sincerely pray. Every day you should pray to Prabhupada or Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Nityananda. You should pray to them sincerely. Like Raghunath Das Goswami. Raghunath Das Goswami was bound. Nothing could bind him to go to Nityananda Prabhu because he was so much attached to Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So that mood should be there. We should sincerely seek the blessings of Prabhupada. And then all this will happen. How it will happen, that we'll not know. That sometimes it can be very mystical, but it can happen. Like Prabhu mentioned,
Because
it
bro, what
finally
is
comes out
happening?
of. Sorry, go on.
Like bro, I am like not getting any taste to like prepare for any so-called careers or any other exams, like competitive
Very good.
exams or so. And like bro, I just internally when I see the like some vlogs and videos and lectures in like Krishna consciousness of ISKM TV or Prabhupada, like I am like, why am I not there? And why I'm not doing that service and I'm wasting the time doing so like these things which is basic like eating sleep basic
Yeah,
things.
same.
That's why
Yeah.
Prabhu mentioned. No, I think one practical tip is why don't you plan a trip to Pondicherry, right? Why don't you come to Pondicherry? Spend a couple of days, 2-3 days you spend along with the devotees there. See, you're saying you have distaste for material objects. But do you
Yes,
really know
bro.
whether you have taste for spiritual aspects? That you should also test now.
Yes.
As much as you've tested your distaste, you should also test your taste. Right.
Yes, bro.
Then
To be
that taste
sure.
will then motivate you to pray to Prabhupada. See, unless you have the taste, why you pray sincerely? Sincerity comes in your prayers only when it really touches your heart. Otherwise, you can't pray sincerely. You pray just for the sake of praying, that's all. So
Yes,
give
bro.
yourself the taste. I think that's also very practical proposal. Just visit, like a vacation, go to Pondicherry temple, stay there for 2-3 days, develop the taste. And then once the taste comes, then that sincerity will come to pray for seeking that pleasure more and more.
Yes, bro.
these are some practical.
But Prabhu, parents are not allowing Prabhu like to go anywhere alone.
I don't know, bro. That's again
Like,
very circumstantial thing. You have to figure out. See, you'll have to do you'll have to find out. Well, I'll tell you one thing which I used to do when those days when I was in my 11th grade or my 12th grade. At that time, I was associated with ISKCON. I didn't know about ISKM and all that. And this was in Coimbatore. So my father used to never, like me going to the temple. But somehow I'll tell him some lies, go to the temple, do some service, and come back. Right. So you'll have to figure out ways to manage your situation. It's not that everything will be handed to you on a golden plate. Oh, Prabhu, come. Everything is there for you. All you have to do is just service. If Maya was so graceful, then all of us would have become Paramahamsas. Right? So
yes, Prabhu.
you have
Yes.
to find out ways and means by which. That's why the desire, that laulyam, the greed, that greed should be there. If that greed is there, then you will find out ways. Because that greed is there, not there, we are not able to find these ways. Somewhere, we still have some inclination to material life.
Yes.
Right? That
Yes,
is
so we
why.
are like a middle of the thing, not here, not there.
Yeah, that is why that route is not getting manifested to us. We are not able to find out that route of how to escape this because that intensity is still not there. So we have to develop that intensity. And to develop that intensity also, you can pray to Prabhupada. Somehow, give me that intense desire. And then it will manifest how, that route will get paved. You will not know how it will manifest. It will manifest. So.
Oh my God.
So think about it from those terms. Never think that there is no way that you can't, come out of this. There is a way, but whether we are sincere enough is a question.
Yes.
Anybody else have questions? Yes.
1 week in Pondicherry and you will never go back. It's just about experience.
Yes, sir.
Look, all these young devotees, look how happy they is. Shyam Govinda Prabhu. Look, they look health. They have everything. They have money. They have clothes, friends. What do you want more in your life?
I used to tell Prahlad Prabhu, the kind of prasadam you're having every day, as Grahastha is very difficult. Prabhu, I think this is a very good point. All the other points which we said, every other point you forget, right? Whatever you said about Grahastha life, you forget. One very important point I tell you, every day they're having feast prasadam.
Yeah, that's true.
That you will not get as a Grahastha.
Yeah.
You have to cook, you have to eat, you have to also have to cook for your wife. That one point is enough to convince you, Prabhu. No other point is required. Everything else, if you forget, you can forget. I used to wonder, not only here, everywhere across Prabhupada established such a beautiful institution. You see people who have dedicated their life to Prabhupada or to the institution, how much luxurious prasadam they're getting every day. In Grahastha, we have so much money, but we are not able to get that kind of prasadam.
See, Ramanavami cake that we made is about worth 10,000 rupees, 12,000 rupees. Karthi Prabhu from Dubai, he brought some walnuts and what is that? Mute that. Your mic is not mute. Karthi bro, not mute. He brought some walnuts and hazelnut, and he brought from Dubai, and he gave so much. So what we did, we applied. My wife applied throughout the cake, and carrot powder from Australia. We got carrot powder from Australia, and then hazelnut and walnut, and then we made that, and we are calculating. We are checking internet. The cost of the cake about 12,000 rupees. 12,000 rupees. Can you imagine?
Yeah, even if you have 12,000 rupees, you cannot buy.
You cannot. It was so nice, it's made of chicory and and carrot powder combination.
Oh, please stop, Prabhu.
Maybe you want to see the video of the cake? I can send you the video if you want. For Madhav Prabhu especially.
Your wife sent me.
Oh, she sent?
Yeah, immediately she sent me, for sure. I was, oh my God.
Yes.
Very beautiful.
Yes, so carry on. Sorry.
No,
You can.
absolutely. I think that was the point, Prabhu. So nothing, yeah. So everything that is provided. Very nice.
I can share the screen, Prabhu.
Yes, I'll stop sharing.
For devotees' pleasure. Those who cannot eat by mouth, you can eat with eyes.
Unfortunately, we are not like Krishna.
Angani yasya sakalendriya vrittimanti.
That characteristic is not there.
You can see?
Yeah, you can see.
Very good.
How to play now?
Yeah.
One more thing. Mahaprasad is there. Ready.
But the one who sponsored cannot eat this. He was not here. Karthi.
I thought he was there, Prabhu. He was not there.
He was not there.
I go and book ticket now.
You bring some hazelnut.
Oh, I buy in the shop, very expensive.
Okay.
Yeah.
One.
Okay, so anything else? Anybody want to share or ask?
No problem. Question.
Yes, Prabhu, all doubts clear.
Cake Prabhu is asking, during Govardhan Puja, is it a mountain of cake?
Cake Prabhu is Pranjal Prabhu.
Cake is Pranjal.
Okay.
Prabhu is planning to come actually.
Luis Prabhu, if somebody can read the question, or you yourself can read, Luis Prabhu? Read your question.
Yes, Prabhu. So if sex desire is the main tight knot that we are entangled in, then why do even devotees sometimes find it hard to believe that we can experience the same also in the spiritual world, but more pleasurable? Also, in relation to this, what exactly is meant by perverted reflection? That is a bit unclear because I was reading one purport from Brahma Samhita, and it said there's a seed of amorous creative desire in Golok is the embodiment of pure cognition. The seed of sex desires to be found in this mundane world is that of Kali, etc., who are the shadows of the divine potency. The former, although it is a prototype of the latter, is located very far from it. The seed of the mundane sex desire is a perverted reflection in this mundane world of the seed of the original creative desire. The process of the appearance of Shambhu is recorded in the 10th and 15th shloka, 5.8 purport. So I just want to know what this perverted reflection means and what exactly is meant by this prototype.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah.
Madhav Prabhu, you can mute yourself. Yeah. Yes. Luis Prabhu, continue.
Yeah, so I just wanted to know the exact meaning of perverted reflection and what is meant by prototype and what is meant by the original seed of amorous creative desire. I don't want to misinterpret, that's why. So I asked.
Prabhu, you can answer.
Yeah, so perverted reflection means something which is an opposite feeling to the reflection of the real thing, right? Like, for example, there is anger in the spiritual world, right? There is anger. There are also such feelings like emotions that are there in the spiritual world. Now, these emotions in the material world are not exactly of the same rhythm as it is there in the spiritual world. right? They are used in a different way, and the expression of such emotions are also very different. So when we say perverted reflection, it means a reflection, but a reflection which is false. Actually, the word perverted means something which is untrue, right? So this sex impulse that we have in this material world, the reason it is said is a perverted reflection of the spiritual world is because in the spiritual world, this desire exists, but that desire exists in the form of true love. So that's why Prabhupada says, right, when love is translated into this material world, it becomes lust. Right? When you translate the meaning of love in material terms, it can only be translated as lust. Because the reason it can be translated as lust is because forget just sex desire alone. The very concept of lust is what? You want to satisfy your senses. In the spiritual world, what do you want to do? You want to satisfy Krishna's senses. So when this aspect of us trying to satisfy our senses becomes predominant, the love is transformed into lust. Right? So that's how the transformation happens. So that's what, when we say perverted, that's what it means. Perverted means because our consciousness is functioning differently, what is the reality that is there in the spiritual world also gets reflected as perverted in the material. Does that answer your question?
Yes, Prabhu, that answers. Hari Bol. Thank you, Prabhu.
Now that's also you can see in Srimad Bhagavad Gita 15:1.
You want me to? Okay, somebody's there.
Yes, 15:1. Read this, Louis Prabhu. You know this verse is a famous verse. You can
Yes,
read it.
Prabhu. Yes, Prabhu. So the Supreme Personality of Godhead said, it is said that there is an imperishable banyan tree that has its roots upward and its branches down, and whose leaves are the Vedic hymns. One who knows this tree is the knower of the Vedas.
So they're talking about there is a the very description is very. Prabhu, you want to talk? Why don't you go outside and talk? Or you want to talk here? I can go outside. Either you stand here means you hear. If you are talking, means go outside and talk by holding your beads and talking. And that too when I am talking. What is this? You don't go outside and talk. Otherwise, disturbing me, no, distracting me. Yeah, see, the description of the banyan tree is very important. And it is imperishable, So this banyan tree is compared to this material world in this particular context. That it has roots upwards and branches down. And this is the meaning of perverted reflection. And branches down, and whose leaves are Vedic hymns. One who knows this tree is the knower of Vedas. So, and if there is a root on top and then leaves on the bottom, it can only be reflection of the original tree. So it means there is that's why the beautiful ISKCON painting is there. You can search for the painting.
Yes, Prabhu, I've seen that one before.
You can show it here. Others, new bhaktas can see. Can so see there is one tree, where Krishna is standing now, right? And there is water around Krishna. There is water around Krishna, and that particular tree, if you look at the tree in the water in the reflection, and there you can see the root on the top and the branches on the bottom. But that is something like a shadow. That also has a root, that also has a branches, that also has a fruits, everything, that same thing it is having, but that is not real. You cannot enjoy it, you cannot get any happiness by associating with banyan tree. By associating with that banyan tree, you don't get any happiness. Because it is not true. That's why it is perverted reflection. A reflection but perverted. So that's why in the spiritual world we get happiness. We get happiness, which is, like you see even the 10th canto of Bhagavatam, and we see Krishna was having, dancing with so many gopis. But do you see anything that what we see in the pornography, something like that? Do you see anything that Krishna was having some affair with the gopis like what we see in the pornographies? Do you
No,
see any
Prabhu.
description like that in Bhagavatam?
No, Prabhu.
Yeah, because that is spiritual world. Spiritual world is pure, and it is not that they are enjoying each other's body. Lust means everybody is trying to enjoy other person. They're enjoying other person, like so the man is trying to enjoy the woman's body, woman is trying to enjoy the man's body. In other words, the sucking each other's blood, sucking each other's blood. That is actually this lust. And everybody in the world, it's not only about the sex, it's not just about the sex. Everybody want to use others for their own happiness. The mother, the father want to use the son want to use the father, the employee want to use the boss want to use the employee, and everything is actually only about their enjoyment. They want to use others. And Prabhupada say, if you want to see something closer to that spiritual happiness, that can be somewhat similar to mother and son, because that is also somewhat near. It's not perfect. Clear?
Yes,
That is why
Prabhu.
it is called as pervaded reflection. So
Yes,
that's
Prabhu.
why in spiritual world there is no sex desire. There is no sex. There is no sex. There is no sex. There is only happiness in the conjugal love. The conjugal love is not sex. Love is not intercourse among Krishna and the gopis. It is not. It is just that they are getting the pleasure of seeing each other as the beloved. But here it is reflected in sucking each other's blood. The man want to suck the woman want to suck the man's blood, in mutually they want to, that we think that's why it's called it perverted reflection. So that's what actually, as Prabhu mentioned, the anger is there, anger is here also, but the anger is not same. Anger in the spiritual world bring us close to Krishna. Anger in the material world take us away from Krishna. The greed in the spiritual world take us close to Krishna. That's why Prabhu was saying, you should have greed to become Krishna conscious. But if you get greed in material world, then you fall down. Is it clear, Lovish Prabhu?
Yes, Prabhu. Two more things in relation to that. So basically, because obviously everyone has a body in the spiritual world, even if it's spiritual, that means their genitals, for example, are also useless. That means, even though they're useless.
See, it's not about useful or useless, Prabhu. There actually, it is not.
Like they
See,
don't use it.
you don't need help of something else to keep you happy. You are always happy. Sachid Ananda. You don't need any external things or any specific things. For example, if I want to eat, I need a good digestive system here. If I want to procreate, and I need a good reproduction system. But the spiritual world is not like that. The spiritual world is not something, it's totally different perception. So we cannot completely relate it to the spiritual world and material world. We cannot relate like that. That's, of course, it is very inconceivable, and it's very high level also, to talk about all these things. It is up to a certain point, it is better not to discuss about those things. It is completely inconceivable. So for what we can say is that in spiritual world you do everything for pleasure, and you are not, for example, if you want to eat some rasagullas here, and I need to also suffer the reactions of eating so many rasagullas here, because I am conditioned. But in spiritual it is not. If you want, you can eat. If you don't want, you can avoid. If you want, you can sleep. Otherwise, you can avoid. There is no compulsion there. You are not compelled to, because it is actually completely swarat. It is independent. Prabhu, you want to say something?
No, that was pretty much the first point I wanted to add in relation to that. And the second point I wanted to technically ask was, because the reason I asked this question was because usually there is a distinction between a feeling of happiness and a feeling of pleasure. So for example, obviously, let's say, for example, that I come to the temple and I give you some gift, then you feel happy, right? Like you feel happy. Oh wow, I got a gift, I got donation, I got this, I got that. So there's feeling of happiness. But then, for example, and then there's sex life. Obviously, when there's sex pleasure, that pleasure is different than happiness. Like I'm making a distinction between happiness and pleasure. So the pleasure that you get, it's not like, because that gives you like quote unquote happiness, but what I'm saying is there's like this a surge of feeling throughout the body. So I wanted to make the distinction between happiness and pleasure, and if the same distinction exists there also. That is why I asked if the distinction exists there.
Distinction between what, Prabhu? Distinction between
Happiness and pleasure.
happiness and pleasure. Okay, the
No,
spiritual
sir.
world.
I don't understand because both the dualities only. No, pleasure means displeasure, happiness means distress. Anything that is dual, it cannot exist in spiritual world. There is no duality in spiritual world.
I know that. And what I'm saying is, of course, there is only happiness there and there is only pleasure there. But what I'm saying is, between happiness and pleasure, is there like a kind of distinction that's made usually? Because obviously, feeling happy when you get a gift and then feeling the sex pleasure when you're engaged with someone like that, then how is it like, that's what I want to say. The feeling
The
like that.
feeling. See, in the spiritual world, everybody is glorifying the Lord, right? Even if there's a husband and wife, right, together they are glorifying the Lord. So that gives them transcendental pleasure. Pleasure and happiness is the same when it comes to the spiritual world. Everything is absolute, no?
Yes, bro.
Everything is absolute. So there is no difference between these things. In fact, if you go to third canto, 15th chapter, verse number 17, right? There is explained how the spiritual world. I don't know who's sharing. Somebody sharing, Prabhu, or we should share.
Somebody want to share?
Or I can share, no
Yeah,
problem.
what is the number? 12.
3, 15, 17.
This is the verse for me.
Yeah, 3, 15, 17. This is the verse. Yeah.
In the Vaikuntha planets, the inhabitants fly in their airplanes, accompanied by their wives and consorts, and eternally sing of the character and activities of the Lord, which are always devoid of all inauspicious qualities. While singing the glories of the Lord, they deride even the presence of the blossoming Madhavi flowers, which are fragrant and laden with honey.
You come to the purport, Prabhupada explains.
So it appears from this verse that the Vaikuntha planets are full of all opulences. There are airplanes in which the inhabitants travel in the spiritual sky with their sweethearts. There is a breeze carrying the fragrance of blossoming flowers, and this breeze is so nice that it also carries the honey of the flowers. The inhabitants of Vaikuntha, however, are so interested in glorifying the Lord that they do not like the disturbance of such a nice breeze while they are chanting the Lord's glories. In other words, they are pure devotees. They consider gratification of the Lord more important than their own sense gratification. On the Vaikuntha planets, there is no question of sense gratification. To smell the fragrance of a blossoming flower is certainly very nice, but it is simply for sense gratification. The inhabitants of Vaikuntha give first preference to the service of the Lord, not their own sense gratification. Serving the Lord in transcendental love yields such transcendental pleasure that, in comparison, sense gratification is counted as insignificant.
If you go to 3, 15, 20, right? Go to the same 3, 15, 20, there is explained how the Vaikuntha Vasis are devoid of sex pleasure. You see?
The inhabitants of Vaikuntha travel in their airplanes made of lapis lazuli, emerald, and gold. Although crowded by their consorts, have large hips and beautiful smiling faces, they cannot be stimulated by passion by their nerves and beautiful charms. Purport. Material world opulences are achieved by materialistic persons by dint of their labor. One cannot enjoy material prosperity unless he works very hard to achieve it. But the devotees of the Lord who are residents of Vaikuntha have the opportunity to enjoy a transcendental situation of jewels and emeralds. Ornaments made of gold bedecked with jewels are achieved not by working hard but by the benediction of the Lord. So, in other words, devotees in the Vaikuntha world or even in the material world cannot be poverty stricken, as is sometimes supposed. They have ample opulences for enjoyment, but they need not labor to achieve them. It is also stated that in the Vaikuntha world, the consorts of the residents are many, many times more beautiful than we can find in this material world, even in the higher planets. It is specifically mentioned here that a woman's large hips are very attractive and they stimulate man's passion. But the wonderful feature of Vaikuntha is that although the women have large hips and beautiful faces and are decorated with ornaments of emeralds and jewels, the men are so absorbed in Krishna consciousness that the beautiful bodies of the women cannot attract them. In other words, there is enjoyment of the association of the opposite sex, but there is no sexual relationship. The residents of Vaikuntha have a better standard of pleasure, so there is no need of sex pleasure.
Does this clarify?
Yes, Prabhu. So basically, if you go back to that purport, Sami Prabhu, I think you were sharing, right?
3:15:20.
This purport itself, yeah. So at the end, it says that they have a better standard of pleasure. So is
Correct.
that pleasure also like something like that surges through the body, spiritual?
Correct. So that pleasure is because they are absorbed in Krishna consciousness. They have a better standard of pleasure in the sense uh, the gradation of what they can enjoy for is certainly higher, right? But because they are absorbed in the thought of Krishna, it surpasses everything, right? And so there is no need of sex pleasure for them, even though there are concerts that there are present, right? Who are more beautiful than what we have in the heavenly planets.
So this better standard of pleasure is only experienced in the spiritual world, is it?
Only experience in the spiritual world, yeah. The goddess of fortune and the concerts are so much more beautiful than we can ever imagine. Right? So this is how the Vaikuntha planets are described. But as Prabhu said, this is the sometimes proper experience is frog philosophy, right? There's only so much that we can understand about the spiritual world. These are all descriptions given in the Bhagavatam in terms of how the spiritual world is, right? But in
Yes, that's
spite of
how.
this, our attempt can only be so much because we have this tendency to compare this material experience with the spiritual experience, right? Which may not always reflect the same way. Right? And the more and some of this, the more deeper we get into understanding the philosophy and practice, the more some of this knowledge will get revealed, right?
Yes, Prabhu. Yeah, so we should
very
basically not like compare.
correct.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. So Bhagavatam gives a description. If you with the 3:15, if you start reading from the verses from 12 all the way, all these verses you can read, right? It gives you a description of Vaikuntha planets. But even with this description, there is only so much that we can understand about the spiritual world. We
Yeah,
want to
because
compare everything to our material experience, right?
yeah.
That's the frog's philosophy of how we.
Yeah, I wanted to ask this to dispel some of my doubts. Thank you so much, Prabhu, for dispelling it. Because before I was actually interpreting it this way that they are experiencing the same pleasure there, but without the actual sex act.
No, so that's what I'm saying. Our thinking is actually
Yeah.
they don't experience any of that pleasure. It's all centered around Krishna. Yes, there are husbands and wives. All that is there. Everything is animated. There is nothing inanimate in the spiritual world. A tree can talk. You know, that's the best way we can think about the spiritual world. Everything is animate. Nothing is inanimate.
Yes, Prabhu. So basically, on a more general basis, that is why a lot of uh, great yogis and sages they abandon everything just to experience even a drop of that pleasure. That's why I think that's why because if obviously we were given a chance to experience something a lot more intense than this sex pleasure, then obviously people are going to go mad. They're going to do everything just to experience that.
Why would Chaitanya Mahaprabhu take up sannyas and talk about Gopi Bhav? he's he's chastising Junior Haridas for looking at a woman, right? Such a great personality. If he's talking about Gopi Bhav and Prema, Radha Krishna Prema, you can understand the subject matter.
So essentially, that is what matters. Like if one gets even a taste of that higher pleasure, then automatically he will think that, oh, this pleasure is low. I don't get much pleasure like that.
So if you read Mahaprabhu's experience in the Anti Leela, right, in terms of how he experiences that taste, then we will know he'll scratch his face against the wall, right? Imagine the kind of separation he's experiencing, right? It's unimaginable.
Yes, Prabhu.
That's the epitome of pleasure. You'll never scratch your face against a wall for any opposite gender, right?
Yes, Prabhu.
Highest level of transcendental pleasure, immeasurable. You cannot even think about it. They need doorkeepers to keep Chaitanya Mahaprabhu inside Gambhira, otherwise he'll escape. He's running. The highest mode of transcendental pleasure.
Yes, Prabhu. One last thing. If it is really a
But he
different...
before that, you see here this verse, the last line, no, the purport it was shown, the Vaikunta, right? Prabhu, can you show the screen? The last
Yeah.
line. Residents of Vaikunta have better standard of pleasure, there is no need of sex pleasure. So, this is not only the residents of Vaikunta, means not only those who are there, even the pure devotees, who are still in this material world, like Prabhupada, they are also enjoying the same pleasure. It is not that they cannot enjoy. Because Vaikunta is a consciousness,
Correct.
because Jivan Muktasya. So, even, Ihayasi Hare Dase Karmana Manasagira. So even by situated in this material world, like Rupa Goswami, he was witnessing the pastimes of Goloka Vrindavan, and when he unintentionally offended a crippled Brahmana, then his vision got disturbed. So it is not that only the residents of Vaikunta enjoy this pleasure, but even the exalted pure devotees, they also enjoy the same pleasure in this material world. Correct, Prabhu?
Correct. See, because if you come to the can you go up a little bit, Prabhu? If you can go up to this purport, you see, if you can go up a little more. See here it is explained, right? One cannot enjoy material prosperity unless he works very hard to achieve it. But the devotees of the Lord, who are residents of Vaikuntha, have the opportunity to enjoy a transcendental situation of jewels and ornaments. See, even in this material world, we've seen, right? Just now we were talking about how devotees, right, in temples, right, they get to enjoy so much opulence, much more than even the materialists get to enjoy. So, like Prabhu said, even in this material world, all these temples of that Prabhupada is created are all Vaikunthas actually, where people, they don't have to work hard like karmis. By working for Krishna, they get everything.
Yes.
Yes,
And
Prabhu.
another thing, you can go to that 10:33:25. So you can just go to the chapter, Prabhu. Just go to the chapter. Just go to the chapter. Not 35, 25. Just go to the chapter and go to 25th verse. I was just hearing this 2 days back. Yeah, I can read this, Louis Prabhu. 25.
Although the gopis were firmly attached to Lord Krishna, whose desires are always fulfilled, the Lord was not internally affected by any mundane sex desire. Still, to perform his pastimes, the Lord took advantage of all those moonlit autumn nights which inspire poetic descriptions of transcendental affairs.
So it is not that the same pleasure is available there. No, the same pleasure is available there, and this is the spiritual world. The spiritual world is imitating this material world. No, it is not. That is completely different. Because anything that is dual is material. That's why in Bhagavad Gita 7 chapter last verse, it says that like anything that is actually it's okay, bro, it's okay. That that Dvandva Mohena Bharata, right? The duality, it talks about it. It's okay. You go back to the same thing, bro, Bhagavata. Yeah, go to the 26. Then Parishit Maharaj is asking question for us, For in our position, Parishit is asking this question. Read.
Sorry, I was muted. So Parikshit Maharaj said, O Brahmana, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the Lord of the universe, has descended to this earth along with his plenary portion to destroy a religion and re-establish religious principles. Indeed, he is the original speaker, follower, and guardian of moral laws. How then could he have violated them by touching other men's wives?
So he is asking questions on our behalf. Like not our behalf, then the non-devotees, from their behalf. Next answer, can go further. 28.
O faithful upholder of vows, please destroy our doubt by explaining to us what purpose the self-satisfied Lord of the Yadus had in mind when he behaved so contemptibly.
Next.
Shukadev Goswami said, the status of powerful controllers is not harmed by any apparently audacious transgression of morality we may see in them, for they are just like fire which devours everything fed into it and remains unpolluted.
Next.
One who is not a great controller should never imitate the behavior of ruling personalities, even mentally. If out of foolishness an ordinary person does imitate such behavior, he will simply destroy himself, just as a person who is not Rudra would destroy himself if he tried to drink an ocean of poison.
So we cannot try to imitate it or even try to understand it. It is very dangerous, because when you're trying to understand this you may get attracted to sexual desires. It is very dangerous. In conditional state, if you are trying to understand these intimate pastimes of Lord Krishna, you may get attracted to that. That's why Prabhupada wrote Krishna book. Without reading, because everybody has the temptation to read the Rasa Leela of Krishna. And so that's why, everybody in India, they directly go to Rasa Leela to talk about it. And then they think they're very great by talking about it. So Prabhupada say, Krishna book in a diluted form is giving this philosophy about this particular thing. About Rasa Leela is little bit diluting it so that, others will not, be misguided by, reading all this. Without any guidance, if you read this Bhagavatam of this particular part of Bhagavatam, how, gopis were, putting Krishna's feet on their breast and all those things. If you read all these things, then you may get, disturbed. Right? That is why it is, I advise you, do not even try to question about this. It is beyond our capacity. Our idea should be that one day, if I am qualified, let Krishna himself reveal this to me. It's not that I am going to try to understand this. If I get qualified in future sometime, let Krishna himself reveal this to me. So until then, I am not going to try to understand this subject matter. So I just read the translation. Some purports also good, because all these purports, or sometimes these purports are good also, because they are not directly written by some devotees. They are mostly repeating the quotes of Veera Raghavacharya, Sridhar Goswami, Bhakti Siddhanta, and also some quotes from Krishna books. They are repeating like that, and those sections you can read. These are also very nectarian. Some commentaries on this, some purports of this chapter where Veera Raghavacharya give his own explanation. This is all very interesting to read. Yeah?
Yes, Prabhu.
Yes. And about this and the pleasure, you can go to Srimad Bhagavad Gita, chapter 3, verse number 17. Just a minute. I'm just seeing this. 317, yeah? Go to 317. Somebody else want to read this? Those who never read?
Yes, bro, I'll read.
Yes. Who is this?
Nityananda Prabhu.
Yes, please. Yeah, read.
But for one who takes pleasure in the self, whose human life is one of self-realization, and who is satisfied in the self only, fully satiated, for him there is no duty.
Okay, parallelly, let us go to Bhagavad Gita 7:16. These two 7:16 are different. One 7:16 is Krishna Yoga Maya, one is Mahamaya. Just now something else came. Okay, read this one, Nityananda Prabhu.
Yes, bro. O best among the Bharatas, O kind of pious men begin to render devotional service unto me, the distressed, the desire of wealth, the inquisitive, and he who is searching for knowledge of the absolute.
So here, I was hearing to one of the Sri Vaishnava lecture about this. Mostly I don't do, but I was just hearing. And there he was explaining about the Ramanuja's version of this verse. How Ramanuja interpret this verse. Ramanuja, is actually he was saying that from the Vedas, Ramanuja says that there are three kind of search normally. There are three kind of pious people. Not four kind, there are three kind. One who is searching for opulence, other one who is trying to inquire about the self, other one who is inquiring about the supreme. Ramanuja interpret this way. But this one about the first opulence search, Krishna is expanding to two. One is about the lost opulence, one is about seeking more opulence. Distress means those who are worried about the lost opulences. Desirous of wealth mean they're seeking for more happiness, more opulence. So these two is about the opulence, search of opulence. And that is actually, in other words, it is a searching of material wealth. But the second category of people, they are more intelligent. They are trying to take pleasure in themselves. That's what 317 we saw. Right? Those who are trying to get pleasure in themselves. That is actually inquisitive. Inquisitive means, who am I? Why am I suffering? How this body is functioning, where I go after death. And he's inquiring about himself. At one fine stage, he will be self-satisfied. It is called as Atma Rama. Atma Rama means the one who is getting satisfied with himself, within himself, is Atma Rama. And the last category of people, the one who is searching for the knowledge of the Absolute, means he is trying to understand who is Supreme Personality of Godhead. Who is Supreme Personality of Godhead? He is trying to understand. But the next verse, even among those who are trying to, understand who is Supreme Personality of Godhead, the one who is serving the Lord without any other motive. Of these, the one who is in full knowledge and who is always engaged in pure devotional service is the best. And I am very dear to him, he is very dear to me. Yeah. So the pleasure is, there are three kinds of pleasure. One pleasure is getting pleasure in the material opulence, and second thing is getting pleasure in the self, and third thing is getting pleasure in pure devotional service. But these pleasures are not same. So either you say pleasure, happiness, whatever it may be, these are all dual until it comes to this stage. Until this stage, of course, that will come to Atma Rama also. That is also, non-dual, that is also absolute pleasure, no doubt about that. But this is actually the topmost. Understand? This term pleasure is not always spiritual pleasure. Pleasure with opulence, pleasure with self, pleasure with supreme. Is it clear, Luis Prabhu?
Yes, Prabhu. I actually didn't want to touch, I didn't want to touch upon the confidential topics of Bhagavatam in Canto 10. That's why I wanted to actually pinpoint why I raised this question. There's a nice verse in the Bhagavatam itself in Canto 2 that talks about this. 2.6.8. I think everyone knows. They have seen that. So in this, if you scroll a little bit down, bit more down. This pleasure-giving substance is not false, however. Yes, this one. This is actually what I wanted to... Actually, not... this one. Yes. This is what I wanted to pinpoint, actually, about this pleasure-giving substance. That it exists here, that means it exists there also. That is why I raised this question, because of this.
Yeah, but the pleasure, the amount of pleasure is different.
Of course, I'm saying
the pleasure,
that is why I question if it's the same one but more. That's all. Yeah.
No, it may not be the same one also.
Okay.
It's not the same one. The pleasure, spiritual pleasure is completely different. Not only in the quantity but also in the quality.
Okay.
It's a different thing. You cannot compare to the spiritual material world at all.
Yes, Prabhu.
It's not the same thing. That is a spiritual pleasure. Yeah. That is non-dual. There is non-dual, This is dual.
Yes, Prabhu.
Yes. Anything else?
No, Prabhu. This answered perfectly. Thank you so much. Hari Bol.
Hari Bol. Anybody else want to say something? Nityananda Prabhu, where are you?
Yes, bro. I'm here, Mahabalipuram.
Still Mahabalipuram. Wow. You're coming, right?
Yes, bro.
You're on the way.
Yes, bro.
Oh, what time you'll reach here?
I guess 10:45.
Oh, okay. You're working today, is it?
I finished, Prabhu.
Today?
Yeah.
Wow. Madhav bro, when you're coming? Madhav bro, you're there? Okay.
Hare Krishna Prabhu.
Drona Prabhu, Hare Krishna.
Prabhu.
Okay, sorry, actually, I'm very held up these days. That's why you call me many times and I want to talk to you nicely. That's why I could not talk to you.
No problem.
Maybe after this meeting, you can call me. We can talk.
Yeah, Prabhu. I mean, recently I had talked with Sujay Prabhu. Even I have this question. why Krishna is not protecting cows? I mean, cows are very dear to Krishna, right? Like,
Hmm.
see so many peacefuls are eating beef and they are just enjoying their life. I mean, in Pondicherry also, I saw so many beef shops. Why like that, Prabhu?
If they once they born, they have to die, no?
Yes, Prabhu.
It's not protecting, not protecting. It is not like that. The design is very, like everything has a equal reaction, right?
Mm.
So not everybody will go through the same amount of result. Cows are divine, no doubt about that. They are divine, but still that body also mortal, no?
Mm.
Body also must go one day. Mostly the cows are the entry point of the Brahminical birth in next life.
Mm.
It's not about the cows are not protected, but you see the thing is that the people who are cutting the cows, they are getting degraded. Krishna's job is not to protect somebody.
Mm.
Krishna's job is to create a system here
Mm.
and facilitate you to enjoy or suffer based on your last life.
Yes, Prabhu.
It's a karma bhumi, It is a
Mm.
place where you perform activity and enjoy the result of your activity. So you
Yes,
cannot
Prabhu.
say why this girl, small girl, she is raped, but why Krishna did not help her. You cannot ask question like that. Why this small baby in the womb it got aborted? They are innocent. You cannot say like that. In this
Sorry,
world,
Prabhu.
nobody is innocent.
Mm.
You have to go through whatever you have to go through. Only way is that chant Hare Krishna mantra. Then you come out of the karma cycle.
Mm.
Until you come to that level of engaging in devotional service, all these astrological calculation will work. That's why I was a little bit angry when devotees were discussing the astrology about the devotees. I said, who gave audacity for you to judge a devotee's life? I was asking to the devotees, we cannot, because the one who is chanting Hare Krishna mantra, even
Mm.
the planets cannot work on them.
Okay.
Sincerely, if you are sincerely chanting Hare Krishna mantra, the planets have no effect or very less effect on their life.
Mm.
So, unless you come to that point, and you have to go through the reaction. Even cow also is the result of last life body only now.
Mm.
Cow's body is not the cow's, so the soul in the cow's body not they're coming from like Goloka Vrindavan, no?
Yes, Prabhu.
Yeah, one of the jiva only taking the body of cow also what?
Mm.
Clear?
Yes, Prabhu.
Hmm.
And Prabhu, I'm not able to chant that much effectively like before, Prabhu. I mean, right, Prabhu, I'm not, right about that issue, right, Prabhu. And I'm facing so much senses problem also, Prabhu. And it is very difficult to me. And once again, I'm sorry, Prabhu. I mean, I just brought Bhagavatam 10, 12 cantos from Devi Gadas Mataji, Attapur. And I'm reading continuously. I mean, right now in the fifth chapter of first canto. I'm reading, but I'm facing these problems, Prabhu, like not able to chant that much attentively or read attentively. I'm facing so much senses
Whether
problem
you
also.
can chant or you cannot chant, that is the only way. If you cannot do it, then you come to the devotees and stay in the temple for some time, and then you gain your strength, and then you go back.
Sure, Prabhu.
It is a medicine. If you cannot take medicine, then you cannot cure the disease.
Hmm.
You cannot say, I'm not able to take medicine, what I can do. You must take medicine. But if you cannot take medicine, then you go to the place where they encourage you to take medicine. Then you go to the Sangha, devotee association. That's why devotee sadhu sanghe, sadhu sanghe. You go to the devotees, the temple life, stay with them, then that will encourage you to chant.
Hmm.
Encourage you to, like increase your, and that's why we say that you charge the batteries, Once you come to the temple, your battery get charged. When you come for the Istagoshti, your battery get charged.
Hmm. Yes, Prabhu.
But you must chant, there is no other way.
Hmm. And Prabhu, I'm just offering. I mean, I'm having prasadam, Prabhu, like regularly, but
Hmm.
uh, I mean, only initiated peoples can make this, and I mean, like chero and food, right, Prabhu? For
So,
example, chapati, samosa, like this
who
for
told you?
offering.
So
I mean,
non-initiated must die, is it?
no,
All
Prabhu.
non-initiated people must die because They cannot eat. They cannot eat the karmi food. They can't offer also because they're not initiated. So you write a letter. I'm dying because I'm not initiated. I'm dying out of hunger. Who teach you this? If you're
No,
not
Prabhu.
initiated, you cannot.
I hate so much non-veg, like, no, right, Prabhu. So I came with this doubt. Please forgive me, Prabhu.
You have to cook and offer to Krishna. There's only one qualification to offer to Krishna is that love and affection, right?
Yes, Prabhu.
Patram pushpam phalam toyam yomi bhakta. What are you saying? What is the
No.
verse? Yes.
Ninth chapter.
Yeah. Bhakti upakritam. Tataham bhakti upakritam ashnami. So you have to put bhakti in it. You have to put some love in it. Then Krishna accept it. It's
Okay,
not
Prabhu.
about whether you are initiated, not initiated. You are accepting Prabhupada, you offer to Prabhupada, Prabhupada will take it and he will pass it to Krishna.
Hmm.
Hmm?
Yes, Prabhu.
Hmm. Okay, clear?
Yes, Prabhu. Thank you so much, Prabhu. Yes, Jai Prabhupada.
Hare Krishna, Jai Prabhupada. So there is a question by Cake Prabhu, Pranjal Prabhu. So Prabhu, so Vaikuntha is a consciousness. Can you elaborate on it? See, we don't say Vaikuntha is consciousness. Vaikuntha is also consciousness. Vaikuntha planet also exists. But you can also realize this Vaikuntha being in this material world. You can go to the verse. Ihaya se hare dase karmana manasagira. See this verse. 19:135. You can open. It's okay. Just go to the purport. 19:134. What he said? Actually, it is from Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu. Yeah, go to the purport. You see, see this verse. I think Pranjal Prabhu, if you cannot read, somebody else can read. Only that highlighted version.
Anyone who by his actions, mind, and words lives only for the transcendental loving service of the Lord is certainly a liberated soul, even though he may appear to be in a condition of material existence.
So even if you are at the material world, if you are engaging in the service of the Lord, and you are actually liberated, it means you can realize Vaikuntha planet or Vrindavan being in this material world itself. But it is not like the concept of Mayavadi that it is only consciousness. There is no Vaikuntha planet exists. There is only consciousness. No, I don't say like that. Vaikuntha is a planet, and that is spiritual world that exists, but that can be realized by your pure consciousness. You understand this? So you want to say something? You are there, Prabhu, or?
Yes, Prabhu. Just finished my dinner. Thank you.
I thought you left.
No, I was having dinner and then.
Oh, you take prasadam, otherwise it's okay.
No, I took Prabhu. It's over.
It's okay.
No, I think you covered it, Prabhu. I think it's consciousness, like you rightly said. That's how Prabhu also explains it. Yeah. So I don't have anything to add.
Okay, so if nobody else, Madhav Prabhu, when you are coming? When you are coming here?
Yeah, to May, June, July. It's not depend on me.
What they are saying?
Nothing. Today they give me an answer. We stop your support ticket. So
Sorry.
So if you write the email to them, then it's getting automatically. They make a support ticket for you with a number, and with this number you can talk with them and call them. So, but I opened more than 10 support tickets, but no problem. Tomorrow I call them again, and then maybe I think all the papers are right. So it costs more than 150 euros, so they can give it me back.
Wow. Okay.
But this 150 euro is for 5 years. So let's see. So 1 year, and then you can
multiple entry, many entries.
Yes. Also for this 1 year, I can stay as long as I want and go as long as I want. But it's more than 1 year, so my mind is a little bit. I'm upset now to sit here. It's enough.
It's okay, no problem. You try. Okay. Anybody else want to say something? Any questions, or we can stop here?
Yes, Prabhu, I have a question.
Yeah.
Prabhu, today while I was traveling, I was chanting Prabhu, and one person approached me, and he's into trading. And then I showed him your
He's into
lecture
what?
about today. He's into trading.
Trading.
Yes, Prabhu, intraday trading. So I showed him your lecture today, Prabhu, by Krishna's mercy and coincidence. You were talking about Karma Yoga today. I showed him your lecture, and you told you have to make Krishna the center of your activity. And then I told him whatever profit you make every day, you have to give 50% to Krishna. He took all the temple account details, and then I'm like, why do you want to gamble? Because gambling is a very you lose your patience and you lose your mind. He's like, no, I'll trade and I'll give it to Krishna. I'm like, okay, Prabhu. I didn't know how to handle it. And then I showed him in 12:10, where you have spiritual passion and then you build temples for Krishna. The same question which I asked you, I showed him the same verse. He's like, okay, I'll make profit and I'll send it to the temple. And then he told he'll approach.
No, let him do that. Let him do that. It's okay. See, all the rules and regulations are only for the devotees who are willing to get initiated. For outside people are concerned, some or other we have to engage them in Krishna service. And parallelly, we should make him to chant Hare Krishna and read Prabhupada books.
Yeah, he chanted only
As long
3 times.
Huh?
He chanted only 3 times along, like while you chanted, he chanted.
That's fine. That's okay. He started his spiritual life, So let him do whatever. That's why our idea of preaching is not to make them vegetarian, not to make them, give up the bad habits, not to stop them intoxicate, not to stop them gamble, not to stop. That's not our way of not to tell them don't eat cows. That's not our way of preaching. That's not the proper way of preaching. Proper way of preaching is some or other let him engage in Krishna service by chanting the holy name, and then by reading Prabhupada books, and then bring him close to the devotees. That's it. And whatever possible he can serve Krishna, he can serve either by money or by body or by intelligence or by manpower. Whatever way we have to engage them in Krishna service. We should not be telling them no illicit sex, no intoxication, no gambling. I mean, this is not for them. Even for the new devotees, we should not chase them. Just like I was saying, when our job is to only chant Hare Krishna mantra, and Hare Krishna mantra will do all other things. Clear?
Yes, Prabhu.
Because we have no power. We have no power to give up all these bad habits. Only the Hare Krishna mantra has the power. And Prabhupada has the purity to deliver anybody. So we should not tell anyone, don't do this illicit sex, don't do this gambling, don't tell all these things initial stage. Our job is to increase their chanting, increase their reading, increase association. That is preaching. And that works. Prabhupada never did the other way. If you see Prabhupada lectures, he hardly speak about the 4 principles. He hardly speaks about eating onion and garlic. You just count with your finger how many times Prabhupada speak about onion and garlics. Just you see how many times Prabhupada speak about avoiding onion and garlic. Because our way of preaching is to give them Krishna. Hare Krishna mantra. That's it. On this context only, Prabhupada was against the devotees publishing the cow killing article on Back to Godhead magazine. Prabhupada say, we are not into this propaganda. Our business is to make them chant Hare Krishna mantra. Clear? So let him do something and you take his number. You have his number, right?
Yes, Prabhu. He took my number.
Good. You cultivate him. Good that you made him hear and made him chant. It is good. and make him closer to the temple. Of course, he can donate whatever you want. He can do. Even if he says 50%, means they'll run away. So don't tell all these 50% and all. In Kali Yuga, very difficult. Even
Yes,
you
bro.
also cannot give 50%. Who can give 50% in this age? Nirmala Sitaram already takes. Nirmala Sitaram takes so much percent already.
Yes, bro.
Only thing you have to be careful, Prabhu. If he's giving 50% profit, 50% loss, what will he do? He'll ask that money back, is it?
No, bro. He showed me all his trading account. I'm like, okay, because it varies, bro. One day you can make around 1K, or one day you can make even 1 lakh. Depends on the market. So he told how much ever he does in a day, he told he'll send.
Actually, one devotee asked Prabhupada a very similar question. What do you do if you make such profits, you give it to Krishna's service? Prabhupada quoted this verse, Yat karosi yad dashnasi. Yat karosi means any activity you do, you somehow or other link it to Krishna. So, very similar explanation to what Prabhu said. Whatever you do, if you see the translation of that verse, it says, whatever you do. You see, whatever
Yes,
you
bro.
do. And Prabhupada said, whatever you do doesn't matter. If you offer it to Krishna, it is fine.
Yes. A regulative principle is only for the devotees. That's why, like sometimes the devotees ask, Prabhu, my parents are offending the devotees. I say that what offense they can do? Offenses are only for the advancing devotees. For the fallen people, they already fall down. By offenses, we fell down. They already fallen. What else? What can this offense do? They already fall down. Where else they can fall further? So these kind of offenses to the devotees, and then like offense to the holy name, offense to this, offense to that. These are applicable only for the devotees. For non-devotees are concerned, they are already fallen stage. Some more other, you have to induce them to engage in chanting and reading and associating. That is our style of preaching. Yes, Prabhu, correct? Prabhu?
Yes, Prabhu. Understood, Prabhu.
Yes.
Yeah, he was even talking about the cow killing and all. And then I showed him the letter about letter to Raya Rama, the one which you showed in the previous Istagoshti session. I showed him that he's after reading that only he was somewhat convinced. That's when he started seeing a lecture and started chanting.
Good. Some or other, try to help him. Take his number and help him.
Yes, Prabhu.
And actually, he's asking Pranjal Rao. So does it mean that even if one is a gangster, they offer to temple is okay? Yeah, anybody can give. Even a gynecologist offered donation to the temple. Prabhupada took it. And a gynecologist, they make money by aborting. Om apavitro va sarvavastum gatopi va yasmaret pundarikaksham abhyapyantra suchihi. Either it is pure or impure, whatever it may be, by offering Krishna, it become pure. Anybody can help Krishna. Anybody cannot help Krishna. Nobody can help Krishna. Anybody can donate in Krishna's service.
Prabhu, but was there something related to this, some pastime or something told by Prabhupada's disciples related to this gynecology thing? Taking
Yeah,
the
that is.
I don't remember what it was, but I remember there was something that.
Prabhupada said that quickly put the money in donation box.
Yes, Prabhu.
Quickly put the money in donation box and then you take and spend. Prabhupada never said don't take the money.
Yes, Prabhu. Okay. Yeah, now I remember.
It means quickly offer to Krishna, then you take it and use. Prabhupada said that. So, yeah, is he don't want that encourage him to do it more? No. Even if you tell him don't do it, is he going to stop it? If you tell a gangster, stop all this and then you chant Buddham, Sharanam, Gacchami, is he going to do that? The structures within him, the passion within him will drive him, to fight. Actually, the guna is the one acting. The guna is the one acting. So the problem is not that he's a gangster. Why is he gangster? Because he's associating with mode of passion. Gaganna gunavritticha ado gachanti tamasa. Is associating with mode of passion, then he is acting as a gangster. So, if you want to stop him from this gangster behavior, you must make him offer to Krishna. Is result to Krishna. That's why yat karoshi, whatever you do, offer to Krishna. By giving Krishna, he is getting purified. Then you make him chant Hare Krishna mantra. Then even Haridas Thakur, he was simply making the prostitute to hear Hare Krishna mantra. He was not telling, hey, chant Hare Krishna. He was not telling. Making her to hear this mantra. 1 day, 2 day, 3rd day, started chanting Hare Krishna mantra. You see? That is the thing. So, anybody want to give money, you take from them, no problem. Not only money, Prabhu, even helping the cooking, cutting, it's okay. Whatever help they can do, they can do. Of course, they cannot do physically, they cannot cook, but they can help in other ways. Clear? So, then by doing that, they get pure. You understand this? Pranjal Prabhu? Then you go to the next question. We Prabhu can answer the next question. Pranjal Prabhu, is it okay? No, it won't encourage him to do it. See, we are neither encouraging nor discouraging. Because at that particular juncture, he is not in a position to understand. Even so for example, for a boy who is addicted to eating chicken, and if you tell him, if you show him, because I tried it, I tried when a boy was eating, chicken and all, and I brought him quick by force, a small boy. I showed how the chicken is cut. I showed a video. I showed him, see, this is how the cruel they kill the chicken. This is what they're eating, If you are getting cut like that, how do you like it? Then after seeing the video, he stopped coming temple. He stopped coming temple. So the best is, you make him chant Hare Krishna mantra, or, make him do some physical service, or, make him tie something for the temple. Yeah, so much passion. So as a manager, what you should do is that, this guy has got so much passion. So let him work hard. Let him use his passion in Krishna service. Let him use his passion in Krishna service. Let him work hard for Krishna. Then by this way his passion will decrease. Once the passion decreases, then he will give up the habit of, like being a gangster, bullying others. He will give up naturally. Because you have to understand that actually the gunas, as I told before, the gunas are the most important thing. You should know how to urdhvam gachanti, how to go up in your gunas. So we don't encourage him and don't discourage him. Don't say, very good Prabhu, become a good gangster but give the money. Don't say like that. Become a good gangster and give more money. Just loot more people, give the money to us. Don't say like that. At the same time, don't tell it is bad also. Just engage him in Krishna service. Then slowly he himself will understand. He himself will understand. In that way, otherwise he'll become just like imitator. He will just forcefully he will try to change, and then he will fall down. Is it okay, Prabhu? Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu, is it correct?
Prabhu, obviously it is correct, Prabhu.
You want to add something?
No, I think you rightly said it, Prabhu. I think they will get purified, right? The more they start doing this, that is the process of purification. They start relating it to Krishna more and more. Purified.
Yes, Prabhu. And there is a question by, I think we'll go to Jordan Prabhu first. Prabhu, did Prabhupada say were allowed to translate Ramayana? It means basically he's asking that did Prabhupada allow Ramayana to be translated?
Yes, I think Prabhupada did that. That's why the disciples, now they have translated. No, if you see, there is one version of Ramayana that ISKCON is making available now, where all the 24,000 verses have been translated. So Prabhupada had a desire to translate the Ramayana. So he left it to his disciples to do it.
Mahabharata also, right? Mahabharata also.
You're right, Prabhu. Mahabharata also. He wanted to translate both Ramayana and Mahabharata. The devotees have attempted to do. I don't know if it's come out exactly as how Prabhupada wanted, but it has been translated. All the 24,000 verses have been translated.
Jordan Bro want to read all the books other than Bhagavatam, Bhagavad Gita. He's always asking question about this Purana, that Purana, Bhavishya Purana. Just joking. Yes, and then next question also this is from Lebohang Prabhu. Hare Krishna, Prabhu, I chant 16 rounds within an hour, but without rushing. It automatically happens. So I feel as if it's a little time, and I want to also sit for 1.5 hours or 2 hours. Can I add more rounds, Prabhu? Prabhu, you can answer.
Yeah. So Prabhupada recommends that this chanting should ideally be between 5 to 7 minutes. Right. So if you're doing it in 1 hour, that means you're either swallowing some of the words or you're not hearing it properly. Right. So 1 hour is too quick to chant, Prabhu. So you should at least minimum 5 minutes you should take to chant the Hare Krishna mantra. And then if you have time, you can chant more. So I used to have the same problem. I used to finish my rounds very early. I remember finishing it in an hour, but then I realized probably not hearing it properly or my pronunciation is somewhere wrong. One devotee was mentioning that all of us as devotees, whether we reach Vaikuntha or not, we'll reach Sarpaloka. Because many times when we chant, no, there is this hissing sound that we make. So whether you reach Vaikuntha Loka or not, you'll reach Sarpaloka. So that's why you should be very. I think the prescription Prabhupada gives is you should chant loudly, clearly, and with attention.
Distinctly, right? Prabhupada
Distinctly. Words should be mentioned distinctly, and you should distinctly hear what you chant. Then 5 minutes is a minimum that it should take for you. If you're doing it lesser than that, then something is not right. Either your chanting is not right or your hearing is not right.
So maybe what you can do is that what you can do, Lobasing Prabhu, what you do, randomly just record your chanting. Not consciously, just randomly start recording your chanting and leave it. And then, like after some time, you just hear. Then you can know yourself that you are not, chanting properly. Because sometimes, your mind and the lips doesn't sync. In your mind you are chanting full mantra, but it's not distinctly, it's not coming distinctly.
Yes, Prabhu.
Or the other option is put a earplug. If you put an earplug, you can hear your voice very clearly. That will then help you identify whether you're chanting properly or not. Actually, earplug is a very good choice. Yeah, because you will hear your own voice.
Yes, Prabhu.
I do it also one time in the month and it's really good.
Sorry?
I said I do the same one time in the month every time. I
Record,
myself, yes. I mean, since 5 years, nothing changed, but I do it every month because...
Yes, that's a good
exercise. Very nice.
That's a good exercise. You have to record your chanting and then you just check the quality of your chanting.
Thank you, Prabhu. Yes,
So
Prabhu.
you see that, for me, Prabhu, can you, Prabhu, can you mute yourself? Voice is echoing. Yeah, thank you. So for me, it takes about 6 to 7 minutes for one round to chant, 6 minutes to 7 minutes, or sometimes even 7.5 minutes it takes. So what I do, of course, I'm not, my chanting is not like K.C. Prabhu's chanting. I'm just trying only, but I can just give 2 inputs, like what I'm trying to do now is sometime while chanting, I was not focusing. I saw that sometime my chanting took 10 minutes and sometimes 11 minutes. Then I thought, okay, I'm sleeping. I'm not chanting, I'm sleeping. Then what I started doing is that I started using that my phone's clock, and then I use this timer, just like a lapse, I use the lapse option. So when I finish one round, I can see how many minutes I took for this. Suppose if I take 4 minutes or 5 minutes, means I did not chant properly. And usually it don't happen for me. I will never finish like that. For me, sometimes it takes 8.5 minutes. Then I understand, okay, I'm not focusing on this initial stage. Then even now I use the habit. Then what you can see that your chanting will be in a specific range, in a specific range, the minutes will be same, first round, second round, third round. You can see all in them. Because person to person it changes, because the tongue, the tongue rotation is, some people it is fast, some people it is slow. So there's one option, that is actually you have a lap, and then you understand, whether your chanting is in a proper, how many minutes it takes for you to chant. Other thing is record and hear. These two things you do, then it will be better. In some other tips you have, Prabhu can share, because Prabhu has more idea on that.
Sure, I think you're right, bro. Actually, the other thing we will also slowly come to understand, Prabhupada mentions this somewhere. Prabhupada says, as you become more proficient in chanting, you can finish one round in 5 minutes. So, because what happens is sometimes when you chant too slowly, it is very difficult to attentively chant.
Correct.
Mind will go into a sleeping zone. So, chanting a little faster is actually good. It should not be too fast, it should not be too slow. It should be somewhere in between. And that's why Prabhupada prescribes this 5 to 7 minutes. In one conversation, actually, Prabhupada was talking about how Haridas Thakur chanted 3 lakh names. I don't know. Karthik Prabhu, did I share that with you? I shared it. Right. So there Prabhupada says Haridas Thakur actually spent 5 minutes chanting one round. That's how Prabhupada, that's how he chanted 3 lakh names of Krishna. Yeah. Prabhupada mentions that. Because one devotee is asking, how is it possible for Haridas Thakur to chant? Then Prabhupada, imitates, or he explains how he chanted. He says, he chanted like this: Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare. He chanted and he heard how much time, so what devotee asked, he said, it takes 5 minutes. Right. And then Prabhupada did the math and said, this is how much time he would have taken to chant, 3 lakh names of Krishna every day. So, Prabhupada mentions that it is possible that when we get to chanting well, we can actually, 5 minutes, we can actually finish one round. But
I don't know, I heard it as 4 to 7 minutes, but I have no references. I heard from devotees it is 4 to 7 minutes. I don't know.
I think it is mentioned
It
somewhere.
may be 5 to 7, I don't know. But some devotees told me it is 4 to 7 minutes.
Let's see if I can find it out.
Elaborate on the lap thing. So basically, I do this. Louis Prabhu. I can show you what I do.
Yes,
So I do this. I don't know. It's zooming. Let me stop this. See here. I do this one. I'll start. You see, its time is going on, no? So after I finish this one round, I just press this lap option. See the 2 entries.
Yes.
And after I finish that round, I put this lap again. Of course, I know I won't be keeping the phone with me, but I'll keep a phone on the table. Whenever I finish my rounds, I just go and
You can buy separate stopwatch for this, like €2 in some places.
Sorry?
That people can buy separate stopwatch for this. It's like €2.
Yeah, that's better. Now, if you don't want to use the phone, separately. You can use it. Of course, this is not required. I mean, this is my practice. I'm not endorsing it, or I'm not starting a new sampradaya. But you see,
I tried this without. I didn't hear about this from anywhere, but I tried it from 1 month. Just it came to my mind that I want to try, and then I kept doing it, and it helped me a lot to avoid touching the phone. Because now I always have the timer, and I know if I take the phone, my lap will go slower. So now I focus that, okay, now I will just continue, and it's been really helpful.
you can use it, but don't tell Sundar Gopal Prabhu that it's my idea,
Yes.
Then next time Prabhu goes to any center, everybody has a stopwatch in the hand.
Yes,
Prabhu will say, what is this? Prahlad who told me to have a stopwatch in the hand.
That alone they will correct this, Prabhu.
What, Prabhu?
So this is where Prabhupada mentions. So this Dhanvir Goswami is asking Prabhupada.
Uh-huh.
I remember one time we were in the garden, I asked Prabhupada about chanting fast on japa. And he said, you can chant Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare. And he demonstrated. And then he said, Haridas Thakur was chanting fast. He was chanting 333,000 names. So he asked how many rounds that was. Karamdar calculated with 192. Then Prabhupada said, so if he was chanting 5 minutes per round, how many hours would that take? And Karamdar said 16. So he said, yes, he was chanting 16 hours of them.
Yeah, you told me you defer this last time. But what I am referring is actually, like I heard from our devotees that ideal chanting is 4 to 7 minutes.
So let me see
That we have to find. Anyway, I mean, the best thing is you record and hear, then you know whether you are really seeking or not. Then it is fine. Okay. So I think we covered all these things. Karthi Prabhu told that today we are finishing by 6:30.
Yes.
6:30 Indian time or
Okay. So if nothing else, we can stop here. Prabhu, you want to say something or we can stop?
No, we can stop, Prabhu. Thank you.
Thanks for coming, Prabhu, and you have stayed for very long this week. Thank you so much for.
Because nobody is home.
Srikanth Prabhu is still here. I thought you said you're going.
Yes, so I just came back because nobody's at home.
Nobody's home also. Actually, for me also nobody home, but I'm always available. For me, it doesn't matter, but my wife also went to Malaysia. Okay. Home alone, huh? Okay.
Okay, thank you, Prabhu. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Krishna Chandra Prabhu. Thank you, Prahlad Prabhu.
Thank you.
Jai Shri Prabhupada.
Hare Krishna Prabhu.
I got very well.